Hello, everybody. Colleagues, join us. We will start. Yeah, please. Ми будемо сьогодні більше спілкуватися англійською. Перекладу у нас не буде. Кому що не зрозуміло, ви можете запитувати, перепитувати, але будемо тренувати свою англійську. So, let's start. My name is Olександр Юрчак. I'm CEO of Ukraine Cluster Alliance. And today we have the conference about cluster internationalization. It's called Building a Common Agenda for Recovery of Ukraine. Here it's already third day. We spent 2 days, very productive day in Lviv. With our guest, we have here several of our, what we call people, ambassador of Program Professionals4Ukraine. It's our, let's say, colleagues from Poland, Romania, France, and other countries who are here with us. They will be presented in panel discussion. But for the beginning, I would like to invite Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Андрій Бородюк, for welcome words. Пане Андрій, будь ласка, вам слово.
Yeah, hello. Hi to everybody, dear colleagues and friends. First of all, I want to greet all participants of this event from the Ministry of Economy and the government of Ukraine. Sorry, I had no possibility to be offline with you because of some urgent government meetings, but I want to emphasize that this topic is very important to the government. And we really see that role of clusters in Ukraine's recovery and European approach to stimulating their development is very important for the future of Ukraine. So we really believe that clusters are agents of innovations, job creations, and economic growth. And I want to add that right now in Ukraine, clusters are only gaining momentum. The first cluster started to appear in Ukraine in the 2000s and were mainly initiatives in such sectors as IT, agriculture, nation buildings, textile, and light industry. And for example, IT clusters in Kyiv, Lviv, and Kharkiv have already become successful examples of cooperation between business, educational institutions, and local authorities. And we think that this practice should be brought to other industries and for the whole Ukraine. We see that clusters are a unique form of self-organizations, and so under such conditions, as the government, we see that state intervention in cluster activities should be limited to creating a broad legal framework and international legitimization of their work without significant regulation and attempts to narrow cluster policy through some legal formulations and definitions. And in terms of state priorities, a flexible system of cluster support can be created based on financial instruments with the definitions of criteria for achieving, which from the point of view of the states are key to the development of the ecosystems. We see that competition is a key factor to economic development, and clusters are a very important tool of this competition and for the whole future of Ukrainian economy. So we see that clusters as an environment should have such mandatory conditions as first, mandatory competition between clusters members. Second, the goods created by the clusters must be innovative. We think that all clusters should be searching for some new innovative products, and it will be very with high demand on the market. I want to add. Also, we emphasize on intersectoral symbiosis of cluster members. First, the business is primarily a business on the domestic market. So we want to support all international activities and international cooperation of clusters, but we see that main role is about clustering in domestic markets. And the last one, but not least, we see that strong communication between all cluster members and state authorities is very important and crucial for the development. Because we think that one of the main action force of the clusters are unity of action. So we see that European experience show us that the development of clusters within the framework, also smart specialization, contributes to strengthening the innovation potential of regions, and we want to see it here in Ukraine. So this approach is very important for us, and successful economic recovery is impossible without integration into the European economic area and the application of best practices in cluster developments and smart specializations. So this opens up new possibilities for Ukrainian business, from access to new markets and participation on global value chains. So at the same time, the development of clusters in Ukraine will contribute to regional development and employment, which is very important for us now under such war conditions. So today we have an unique opportunity to discuss how we can harness the potential of clusters and to build our country, taking into account the best European practices and approaches. Ukrainian government is really open for development of all cluster initiatives, and we see it like one of the main priorities of developing Ukrainian economy in the future. So I hope that this event and all our further discussions will be really productive and bring many valuable ideas for the future of development of Ukraine. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Pan Andriy. We collaborated with Ministry of Economy since many years, and last 2 years it was really very productive because we started really to consider policy, strategy, how to improve them in Ukraine. Today we have a project, Accelerate GDT, and it's really, we hope that maybe end of this year or beginning of next year, we will have some really working policy and strategy. And now I would like to invite Jakub Boratyński, who is Director of DigiGrow from European Commission. DigiGrow supports us in cluster development, especially like the Ukrainian cluster lines from the first week of the war. Kuba, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Alexandr. It's a great pleasure to be with you today, at least online. So good morning to you, Minister Telupa, the ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends. I'm really happy to see that this event is taking place. And I would say the context is obviously, tough. I mean, we have this absolutely horrific shelling by Russian aggressors over the last couple of days. But again, this is an example of your determination that, the business goes on, and I think this is extremely important from the point of view of strategic objectives, that is the integration of Ukraine with the European Union. So, great initiative, which I understand is bringing you together, Professionals for Ukraine, building a common agenda for the recovery of Ukraine. And, this is one of those initiatives which I think indeed are going in the right direction. Let me remind the context that everyone knows. So before the summer on 25th of June, we had the historical moment of opening accession negotiations with Ukraine. I mean, this is really an extremely important point of reference for our efforts. And basically, it's also a result of incredible determination of Ukrainian society, of Ukrainian businesses, and of Ukrainian government, in spite of this extremely challenging circumstances. And this is basically now a very concrete journey towards the integration with the EU and the single market. That would be the environment in which Ukrainian companies would be increasingly operating. The Ukrainian facility of 50 billion, is for the period of 3 years, is actually, the key instrument for engaging and also for investment and supporting business environment. Now, I'm extremely happy also to hear so much, praise and thorough understanding for the role of clusters that we just heard from Deputy Minister Telupa. I mean, indeed, the clusters are engine of innovation, are behind, this collaborative approach, bringing together businesses, research community, local authorities. And I think this is, again, it can be seen as one of very important tools in Ukraine's path toward the EU. When we think about clusters, it's always important to remember they are successful when they manage to grow organically, responding to genuine business needs. So external support is important, but it just comes on top of what is a genuine bottom-up effort and need. So again, I was really happy to hear the words of the minister, and also the fact that the government is committed to develop Ukrainian cluster strategy. And indeed, this is really an imperative if you want to ensure long-term growth for Ukraine and full integration. And I think a good example of this initiative is indeed, as Alexandr has mentioned, that we have been supporting, from the first days of the war, the effort that specifically led to the creation.
Okay. Колеги, так, do you hear me, Kuba? Colleagues online, do you hear me? Немає? Немає інтернету? Okay. No, it looks like there is no yet internet here, so I still with connection on you on mobile connection. But anyway, we really appreciate your introduction and what you mentioned about all program of support of DigiGrow. I think today, after 2 years of let's say common work with Ministry of Economy with DigiGrow. Oh yeah, now it works. Yeah.
Okay, so glad to hear.
So you see, before it was restored of electricity, now internet. Okay. So we now completely restored with all facilities, connection. So once again, thank you for your support. I think this is like Andriy mentioned it. Okay. So we gained momentum in this consolidation because before facility plan, we want to be really well prepared with right project, right program. And here, what we will discuss in this conference about really what project, what program are the most relevant. And thanks again, Kuba, to reminded us about conference in Warsaw. Here we have colleagues from Poland, and we started this discussion yesterday with Polish, Romanian, French colleagues. Yeah, how we prepare to the November conference, Rebuild Ukraine. There will be booths and there will be representative from our clusters. So thanks again for your support and for this collaboration. And now I'd like to invite, because yesterday in Lviv we signed a memorandum between Lviv City Council, Lviv Regional Administration, Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, and a network of support, business support, which is headquartered in Lviv. It's really very good, how to say, it's big step ahead to create regional cluster program, because we dream years about national cluster program, but it's the same because cluster, in fact, these are regional business support organizations. So we need a regional cluster program, and yesterday it was like first step with first region we signed this memorandum. So, but we follow the same way in many regions, and now I'm happy to also invite to welcome words Kyiv Regional Administration. They will be represented Pavlenko Nikita. Nikita, yeah, please.
So, congratulations to all participants of our event on behalf of Kyiv Region State Administration. I am Nikita Pavlenko and I represent Department of Economics of Kyiv Regional State Administration. We are pleased to welcome participants of the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance and participants of Professional for Ukraine program conference. Together with our stakeholders, we are creating an innovation ecosystem, and together we have created 13 industrial parks. Some of them are already working and some of them are on a stage of infrastructural development. The policy of local authorities is to support the implementation of innovation at industrial enterprises in the Kyiv region. Our Ukrainian stakeholders know that Kyiv regional strategy for 2021-2027 provides for main domains of smart specialization. So, together with interested stakeholders in a format Business Science Authority Civil Society, we conduct research in 4 priority domains to determine the future smart specialization of Kyiv region. In particular, production of innovating food products, development of energy-efficient solutions, innovating products for infrastructure, bioactive substances and pharmaceutics. So we plan to conduct cross-sectoral activities with the involvement of stakeholders in the main domains to identify small and medium enterprises in the field of digital transformation. So we joined a consortium of 14 Ukrainian participation to take part in the project creation of a digital innovation hub, EDIH, Kyiv High Tech in our region. We also support the internationalization of business in a small and medium enterprise sector. The Department of Economics of the Kyiv Regional State Administration directly participates and involves regional business as well as scientific institution in a public association. So regional authorities are interested in the implementation of innovation technologies in a real sector of economy, and we are looking with big interest for experience from participants from another countries. We are sure that participation in joint projects will be useful for Ukrainian stakeholders. From our part, we will make effort to be useful to others in our collaboration. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite, because one of the main topics today, we will talk about the project, about program, about, like name of our conference, Building Common Agenda. Agenda, it's about program, project of recovery. So I'd like to give the floor to Taras Golub, our good friends, good colleagues, with whom we developed also cluster and international collaboration since many years, I don't know. And Taras is deeply in this topic of international relationship, international collaboration. Taras, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to organizers and participants. Firstly, I'd like to declare that I'm changing my position in the government. I have left the position of advisor to the Deputy Prime Minister on European integration and joined in to the Deputy Prime Minister for integration of temporary occupied territories. And my new track in my new position would be Ukrainians abroad. I suppose it's quite interesting track, and I hope I could bring some new, including some new of our work, of our cooperation to the governmental level. I hope it could be an opportunity to not just focus on taking Ukrainians back, but to build bridge between Ukrainians abroad and Ukraine. So, nevertheless, we have I have changing my position in the government. I have my work on the level of NGOs, and we are working. I would like to make a short presentation of our work in NGOs. So during our work with European integration, we have built a network of NGOs. The main purpose of these NGOs was to raise resource of Ukrainian support abroad, including the process of European integration. But today we are trying to live with this organization and to use this organization on new focuses, on new jobs. The name of this organization is Council for Cooperation and Development. So that means we are trying to establish and support cooperation and use this cooperation on projects of development. That is the information about our main focuses, but the main purpose of our organization is to use political support on practical cooperation. That's quite hard, because as for me in Ukraine, it is a gap between business and government and NGOs, and I have a lot of experience of work in business, including in big corporate business. But coming to the government, I have some experience of work in government, and my commitment is to bend this work to focus government on more practical cases. And I would like to have to present a practical case we are working in our organization. Could you please take? That's our team. Next slide, please. That's the general strategy. Oh, no. Next slide, please. The practical case. As you know, inside the government, the Ministry of Regional Development and Development of the Structure is responsible for general agenda of reconstruction of Ukraine. And the ministry managing agency of development and reconstruction of infrastructure of Ukraine. And inside this agency, it is Ukrainian Institute of Development of the Infrastructure. This institute is responsible for technical regulation in field of road building and bridge building. Traditionally, that is the main focus of the institution. But today they have a new agenda. Practically, they are to care about technical regulations on different fields. And our proposal was to establish an expert council inside this institute, like a type of institution could work with experts on the level of European Commission to try bring this practice in Ukraine. And our goal in this the council is established, and now we are working under funding the secretariat of this institution and have discussion with sub-donors to fund the secretariat, so an executive body. But the general proposes of this institution, that is to collect information about international experts in reconstruction, to have their proposals, to understand how these proposals could be implemented and supported by governmental level, And the next step is to build institutional cooperation bodies. So the first step that is individual experts, and the next is institutional. That's very important to make a step from individuals to institutions. Then we have a general idea about pre-qualification and education for these specialists. We understand that Ukrainian experts and professionals needs more international expertise. From the other hand, pure international expertise is not working in Ukraine due to the specific. And our job is to build the mixed agenda to make some support of international specialists, experts, to be useful and practically useful in Ukraine. And the last that is I have mentioned is to build effective cooperation between business, government, and NGOs. Next. No, that's not next. Oh, here. And that is general picture. We have some practical opportunities in agenda of the Council. So we have good interest initiative about technical regulation on 3D printing in Ukraine, how to use new materials in 3D printing, including recycling materials. And we have some initiatives in digitalization of road infrastructure. That is the content of work of the state agency due to work of weight in the motion and tolling and so on. And that is more deeply around the educational component of the expert council. What the general focus is of the program, and we hope to work on Ukrainian national standard on pre-qualification of experts in reconstruction of Ukraine. That is the general. That is about our cooperation partners. I would like to say some words to Florian. Thank you for your idea about establishing, about involving international experts in the process. Really, it was your idea, firstly. We just translated this to the Institute. And we are trying to work with different types of Ukrainian and international organizations. You are welcome on cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Taras. So the big task for I think for this November conference, because this conference is considered by us like some big preparation step, but of course we would like to present our program and project in November, on the international conference, and I think we have still several months to be aligned, with you, with AGC reminded, and also with our ministry, because of course it's better if it's aligned. So поставте наступну презентацію, будь ласка, другу там під номером. I'd like maybe what I forgot to say at the beginning. So we are really thankful to all our partners, the fund Renaissance, which support us in the project cluster utilization, and all our partners you see on this line. It's important to go together with if we are talking about building common agenda. So I'd like to present you now program and project we prepare in Ukrainian cluster lines. I think everybody got such paper. So we have brochures and a short description of 10 10 projects prepared on English, and brochure we have English and Ukrainian, and in fact this is like a second version or second big release, because first one was prepared by us to Košice, thanks again to European Commission. It was a year and a half ago, in March 2023. So we released it first version. So it's second one, and well, what has changed? Let's look together. At the beginning, maybe we have guests who don't know who is the Ukraine Cluster Alliance, so just brief information about you. We unite today 40 clusters through Ukraine, different industry. We have a different resource center, committee, working together in different working group. So our MA for 2 years, because we organized in March 2022, with the beginning of the war. So for 2 years we have several achievements in the, you see the main area. We work mainly with some figures you see here. For example, what is new is in digitalization 5 of 12 European Digital Innovation Hub. They lead it by our clusters. What we have also like program with 34 ambassador professionals for Ukraine. It's our also big achievement, because all these people are really very active, as they contribute a lot to all our success in internationalization. As executive direction in Ukraine Cluster Alliance, we try to create shared services. It means that many of our clusters are very young structures. They cannot provide good services for their members, so we try to provide and group and provide some shared services. Example for the same internationalization, when we organize, for example, business mission. We did a lot of business mission, about, I don't remember, 15 for last 2 years. And it's typical shared services. What else? What I mentioned at the beginning, national cluster policy, well, let's be honest, doesn't exist in Ukraine at state level, but we have step by step, we approach to this with Ministry of Economy. And now we have the project Accelerate GDT. Yulia Reshkova is here, our Committee of Innovation, and we work closely with guys, with Andriy Telupa, and before it was Nadia Bigun, how to create this national cluster policy, how to validate it at state level, so on. Of course, we have a lot of position paper, policy paper about clusters. It's also our work. And for fundraising, it's in some like kind of shared services, because we provide the services for cluster members, indeed for SME. For example, 2022 we ensured 1 million fundraising for SME, and this year we rather and last year we rather switch it to how to ensure funding for clusters themselves, because as I said, our clusters are quite young. And many of cluster managers just volunteer. So our target is to have at least 50% of our members, let's say, funded, with on stable base. I mean, cluster management. Today it's about 30% cluster which have such funding. And our strategy is rather, we are talking about, of course, about recovery, but in fact we focus a lot how to be resilient. And our resilience, we focus on integration into European value supply chain, with main focus today on critical industry. And of course, we want that our cluster would be like leader in digital twin transition of SME. And we develop a lot this multilateral collaboration. That's why this project, supported by Renaissance Fund, it supports today creation of such bilateral committee in 3 countries: Czech Republic, Romania, and Poland. And before going to the project and program, I'd like to highlight maybe 2 main frameworks, like strategic framework we work with. First one is about role of cluster. It's what we call industrial ecosystem. So industrial ecosystem mainly it consists of value supply chain. It's everybody know this theory of Michael Porter. But we are talking about integration, deep integration of this value chain with innovative ecosystem. So innovative ecosystem, you might have a different element, yeah. And this third area is about regulator, yeah, the institution who create policy. Yeah, and in fact, cluster, we in many cases they start to be like orchestrator of what all this area. Yeah, because of course, typical role of cluster is to close the gap. If you have a gap here or here or here, so cluster should. This is a main role to close the gap, to make this value chain, supply chain, really strong. Yeah, to foster value chain and to make it today. It's like a new trend to make it digital and green. Yeah, that's why we're talking about twin transition. But of course, there is a huge role of innovation in how to make, because typically in Ukraine, we have here a huge barrier. But why barrier? Because many of these elements, policy elements, do not exist. And we hard worked to create this element, to create this program, like in this area, for example, cluster policy program, national strategy of SME, thanks to Ministry of Economy. We have today already this strategy. It should be validated, and so on. So it's not, of course, a role of cluster to create this policy, but we contribute to, and we push, we speed up creation of this policy. Yeah, so somehow cluster can be considered also like part of policymaker. So we can take segment by segment and consider what is maturity level of our clusters. Not just cluster, but business support organization. We will see today is a really great example of Ukrainian Furniture Association. Oksana is here, yeah. So they already take the role, such orchestrator in the industry, and they did enormous work last years to really create a strong value chain in the industry. And we'll see other example, for example, at regional level, like textile industry. Yeah, we will see today example how in Khmelnytsky region, yeah, Podilya fashion cluster creates such value chain in their region, and so on. So the next framework we use, it's a quite new one because we created it last year. It's about advanced manufacturing. Okay, it's industry, it's not just hype, yeah, because we united around this concept industry 5.0, you know that industry 4.0 is a bit like maybe not obsolete, but well, in Europe there are more and more talk about industry 5.0. So our vision, yeah, industry 5.0 is based on notion or foundation, is resilient value supply chain, resilience. So this is first like cornerstone. The second one, this technology should serve not just, you know, economy and profit, but technology are for people. And third one is about sustainable development. Yeah, it's also so three cornerstone in the foundation of industry. So we issued like manifesto how Ukraine should approach to this. Yeah, and you see different level. Like we focus a lot on governance, on strategy, and well, what should be like result of this. So mainly our current project and program, they centered about key program, цільові програми. Да? Because if we don't have such key program like reskilling, upskilling SME, like export integration SME, innovation development by target sector, R&D infrastructure, what is really crucial for our university and science institutions, so on. We will not be very successful in recovery programs. This is my idea to group around recovery programs this element. And now about our portfolio. So you have short description of all this project in this brochure. Yeah, it exists also in electronic format. You can download this brochure. But idea is to split our program by industry. So where we have what we call a resource center, and typically they prepare some priority project. For example, rehabilitation. Yeah, Tatiana will talk today about projects in this area, but all they grouped around big program we call rehabilitation, because it's really a huge issue, you know, in Ukraine. Many soldiers come back and they need this rehabilitation process and so on. Or cluster for defense. It's quite new. It was presented yesterday in Lviv by Mike Richardson. Today he is our main ambassador promoting this program in international arena. And by the way, you did not hear, but Kuba Borodinski mentioned this program. Yeah, so it started to be supported by European Commission. I will talk later about that. And so on. So I will not talk because there are too many elements. I will not stop on each of it. But once again, there are some program and projects through industry, and there are some program and projects through ecosystem. Yeah, it's quite aligned with this framework, because of course resource center work here through value chain by different sector, but of course we should work how to integrate innovative ecosystem into value chain. This is the main idea. Yeah. So we briefly about just few example of such program. For example, cluster for defense. Yeah, we have we fixed up a document which clearly describe what is going on in this industry, with a list of challenges, with clear goals, objectives, tasks, and which are grouped by 5 directions. Starting from innovative development through integration of value chain and ecosystem. For example, here you find how to replace Chinese product for European one. Yeah, it's a really big issue. Many of our developer, system integrator, consider today. Or automation and digitalization, because it's our simple answer on the question how to scale up. Because, you know, the biggest issue in this industry, how to scale up. Because we have hundreds of small developers, small integration, but with very small production. Just, I don't know, 100 of product per month. It's not, it doesn't satisfy needs of armed forces of Ukraine. So our answer is very simple. Let's increase the level automation, digitalization, because it's typical answer, or how to scale up. Yeah. And so on. We have many other such project at the very early stage of development, because it's a new program, and all these elements are in gray. It's quite different situation when you go to twin transition, because we have several members in Ukraine Cluster Alliance which work in this area since many years. There will be presentation of АППАУ, Андрій Бородюк, but there is Харківський ІТ cluster here. So we already implemented, yeah, or under implementation many projects, and under preparation. But we have existing pilot. It means small realization. For example, 5 years ago we translated and harmonized. It means it was completely at the level of legislation 5 standard IEC ISO, but just 5. In Industry 4.0, we find about 60 standards which need to be harmonized with Ukrainian legislation. So, of course, we can repeat it, but the question of funding. Question of funding is the main for all this project. Today we start, thanks to UNDP, we start small project for textile industry about digital transformation. Yeah, but well. You might know that there is no industry in Ukraine which has its digital transformation roadmap. If we had such roadmap in defense industry, there had been no question today with scaling up. Yeah, and we proposed it 5 years ago, but unfortunately there was no support. So here quite different area, and once again we have a lot of different projects, but they need to be funded to really increase the scale and extent. So this is, I think, my last slide in this presentation. So once again, we position cluster like orchestrator in industrial ecosystem. Of course, today in 40 clusters, there are maybe 5 which pretend to be real orchestrator in this role. Yeah, not more. But we really facilitate, we move our cluster to this role. We help them a lot at the level of Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. We create a lot of instrument support for that. And what are the next, let's say, big perspective in this year, next year? Of course, this is about policy level. Like National Cluster Association, we want to create really instrument at regional level, at national level, really to speed up cluster development in many levels. And our 6K program, Cluster for Defense, Cluster for Energy, Rehabilitation, Reskill, and Smart Industry and Region, they're really oriented to launch many of such projects. And this project we prepare to be presented in Warsaw Conference in November. And what I already said, our need of support, if of course alignment with government, with European Commission, it's about funding, and we are open for collaboration with many business support organizations, how to really to create this program together. I think that's all. If you have any question, please. Немає питань? Якщо щось, є проблеми з розумінням англійської, ви, як кажуть, не соромтесь запитувати чи перепитувати, тому що зрозуміло, що тут, да, будь ласка.
Багато представників іностранних компаній, я розумію. Наскільки вони готові співпрацювати з Харківським регіоном?
З Харківським. Okay, it's a question to our ambassador. I don't know if somebody ready to
Are
ask.
you ready to work with Kharkiv region?
I am. I'll go. I'll go.
Welcome to Kharkiv.
Yeah. Mike Richardson asked me authorization how to enter to border of Sumy and Kursk. So we have...
We can show you way.
We have very brave ambassador, believe me. Okay. Панове з технічної підтримки, чи кондиціонування тут включать, не включать, невідомо. Окей. Yeah, please, Florian. Передайте Florian, будь ласка.
Thank you very much. My name is Florian. I'm one of these ambassadors, and I would love to come with Mike Richardson to wherever, Kharkiv, or just tell us we're there. Of course, Kursk.
I asked Alexander. I'm ready to go.
Together we just show you from Kharkiv to Kursk way.
Yeah. Okay.
Body security things.
Yes, of course.
I have with me already.
You can stay a few days in Kharkiv and same emotion.
Yeah.
About everyday rocket love.
Yeah.
I have relatives. I have people from Kharkiv staying with my family in Ireland now, so we are living this every day. So that's the best I can do right now. I'm sorry. I wish I could do more.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue. Перепрошуємо за перебої з, бачите, тут кондиціонування, очевидно, пов'язано саме з блекаутом, тому поки не включиться, відновиться електрика, на жаль, трошки тут душновато. Так, дуже дякую. Let's continue. So now we will have a presentation of our clusters, in fact, a cluster organization, and we choose, let's say, up to, let's say, our, how to say, rating or opinion, 4 best organizations for that, which really have great results. They are very successful. Typically, 3 of them are enough mature organization. It means they work many years on the market, and one is younger. So we will see the presentation of Ukrainian Furniture Association, Kharkiv IT clusters, АППАУ, and Podillia fashion clusters. So, and these pitches start with Oksana Dонська. Oksana, the floor is yours.
Thank you for introduction, and I'm waiting for my presentation. I will start from the presentation of our association. We have been founded 23 years ago, We unite today 342 companies, and 90% of our organization are small and medium business, as well as in our industry. So let me introduce you our product that we had since the beginning of the war. The newest one, because we have got a huge problem with the labor deficit. Our factories unfortunately lost because of the war from 25 to 40%. That's why we started our school to get new people to our factories. For the moment, we have got 200 more new employees. The main idea of the school was to get attention from the people who are not from our industry to come to our factories, to let them know how much they can earn working at furniture factories. So now we have more than 200 new employees for our factories all over the Ukraine. The next one, a very important part of our activities is advocacy and lobbying. If you remember business from Ukraine, at the beginning of the war we had a law about critical import. And as a business association, we add to that law a very long list of necessary materials for our factories. For the moment, we are a part of working group to develop a new law about wood market. Each of our members can get to our office, and they can get support letter to send it to any state institutions, and it will help them to solve their problems. The next one is the grant support. On regular basis, we publish grant digests where we promote to our members what opportunity they have, what kind of grant they can have. They can apply by themselves, or they can get for free our surveys, our consultancy, how to apply, how to get that grant. By my figures, for the moment, the total amount of grants that was get by our participants is more than $10 million. And as an association, we are all the time in the process of getting different funding from different organizations like USAID, GIZ, UNIDA, and we're realizing different projects having this funding, having this support. Networking and matchmaking. As an association, as a cluster of national level, we have 3 regional clusters, and we organize different events where we help them to develop the unity. And each time we start with the thought that the first goal of the cluster should be development of trust. You have trust each other, and then you can do something together, to spend money or to earn money. That's why on regular basis we organize different events to gather them, to drink them. For the moment, for example, we have 3-4 times per year big conference for 200-300 people from our industry. We discuss their very important subject, and then we have networking. Then we have good wine. A very good and successful project of our association is Lean Tour. Anybody knows what is lean? Lean, it's a philosophy, shortly saying, like how to earn more, spending less. So each 3-4 months, we visit 3-5 different factories. It's a tour for several days, and each evening we have a party. We are supported each time by the lean consultant. So our participants or companies from other industries, they open their factories and they show how they develop, how they improve the lean philosophy to their businesses. And people study, and then people drink, then people cooperate. Just in 2 days, we will have a lean tour by Kyiv region, and it will be finished by kayaking. Yeah, team building is very important for us. Also, we have a very powerful channel of communication, like in Telegram. There we have more than 500 participants, and there you can publish different requests, like buying or selling equipment, like cooperating in some product, like searching for some supplier, and it's workable for them. There we can publish also our news, and people really use this channel, and it helped them a lot. From the abroad, as an association, on regular basis, we are getting requirements. We need sofas manufactured, we need some cabinets manufactured. Let us know how we can work with them. Sure, we can send them the list of our manufacturers, but it doesn't work. 342 manufacturers, and they are really different. We are getting more detailed requirements, and then we prepare introduction letter for number of factories. And the next step, we help them to communicate. And as an association, we, from the one point of view, we are a door to the industry, and from the other part, we are a center when you can have reliable partner, as we have recommended them. So, networking and matchmaking is the main goal of our association. And also, the mission of our association sounds like development of the industry through development of each of member. So, we work on developing the whole industry, but help to develop each of them. We understand that education is very important for the industry, and mainly small and medium business, they don't have enough level of business education. That's why from the beginning of the war, we started to provide courses of ABA. We started our Furniture Business Academy. There we have very I would say great speakers, and all of them, they have only practical cases. This academy has been developed to international level. For the moment, we had students from Romania and Moldova, and we are open for cooperation. And for the moment, more than 300 owners and top managers of our business graduated from our academy. The next one is export promotion. Honestly saying, it's my part, my activity in the association. As you can see, even during the war, we keep growing in average 11 and 5%. 2021, it was top level of sales in furniture industry after COVID. That's why we had so big figure of our export, more than $1 billion. And even with the beginning with the war, we have such a big amount of export. Sure, we lost a little bit because we lost the Middle East region because of Russia there. We have stopped exporting to Belarus and Russia. And our main partners are Poland, Germany, Denmark, Austria, and other about 100 countries. And today, people are ready to buy Ukrainian furniture. And also, I would say that this result was because of the activities of our association. Since the beginning of the war, we had 12 national pavilions at international fairs, and there we presented more than 200 furniture manufacturers. We participated in Germany, Poland, Italy, and Great Britain. The total budget of participating was about 800,000 euros. And 73% of it was covered by our participant. 26 it was grant funds, and 2 was sponsor support, and we really appreciate this support. But this figure could be much more, because to show furniture, you have to build a house, and the cost of this can be very high. That's why from the second pavilion, we have created modular system for fair modular exhibition booth system. It's sustainable design. We don't have waste after each of fair. It's a flag pack system, so we save space for storaging. We save cost for transporting. It's a huge Lego for adults. It can be assembled by any guys having instruction from us. It's easy to create really interesting space, and we had booths from 24 square meters. It was the smallest one because it was in London, and London is the capital of Great Britain and very costly. And the biggest one was 450 square meters. We can create a common space with great design. Each fair can have different colors. It can have different combinations. And it saves us money. We are open to let somebody to rent or to buy this equipment. We are ready to share our ideas and our experience how to promote export of your product. So let's be in touch. That's my QR code to LinkedIn page, or Oksana Dонська in LinkedIn. I will be ready to know more about you. Yeah, sure.
Really? Okay, I've got one more. So, like, how would we connect? And the other one, the booth. I took pictures of that, and I probably irritated the people next to me because I see immediate use for that. Can you connect me with the booth people? In Germany, that's what we do. We have all of these trade exhibitions. I have one coming up called Laser World of Photonics in June in 2025, and I would like to find a way, Lok, maybe we can do this, to get those booths, Ukrainian-made booths, in these trade shows.
Yeah, we can discuss it. We can create design of your booth for you, and we can assemble it. It's really easy, and you will look great. By the way, when we participated in EMM Colony, I don't know why, but we were placed in a pavilion with China guys, and we looked like a space rocket there with our booth.
Wait, you went into the Chinese booth and then you outdid them?
Sure.
Thank you. Дуже дякуємо, Оксана. Так, дуже дякуємо. Якщо немає питань, тоді так, зараз наступна, тоді готуємо презентацію. Так, наступна у нас Поділля Fashion Cluster. Оксана Захаркевич переїхала до нас сьогодні з Хмельницького. Так, будь ласка, передавайте.
Hello everyone. My name is Oksana Захаркевич, as it was said before, and I represent Podillia Fashion Cluster. I am no cluster manager. I'm working at Khmelnytskyi National University as a head of a research office, but Khmelnytskyi National University is a member of the cluster, and beside that I am CEO of private enterprise technology consulting that is also the member of Podillia Fashion Cluster, and co-founder of private enterprise АППАУ that is also a member of Podillia Fashion Cluster. So I really involved in all activities of the cluster, so that's why I'm here today, and I will tell you a little bit about our cluster. So we are young. We are not big organization, but we are very, very active people. We have our website only for about half year, and we're still working on its English version. For now it's only Ukrainian, but we are working on this. We have our website as a result of the project that we work on last year, that is Podillia Fashion Cluster from good to best. It was founded by GIZ. At the very beginning, there were only 8 members in our cluster, and it was built only on trust. So we have no any policies, there was no legal entity, and only as the result of the project that I mentioned before, we've got the legal entity, we've got all the cluster policies we can think of that moment on ethics, on membership rules, gender equality plan, and so on. So everything we can think we had as the result of that project, and only now we begin to multiply our numbers. So now there are 15 members this year already, and if at the beginning it was just for survival, so we present themselves as a cluster that is born by the war, and that was survival. We join our forces, and now it is about development. So we have a project that more than 16, actually we can count them right now, because some of them are already done, other we prepare some applications and so on very different scale. Some of them are very, very small, only for one member of our cluster, and others go beyond our cluster, and we'll speak of them a little bit later. And more than 10 trademarks, I can count them. Every member have several, and these numbers are constantly changing. So as the result of the same project, PFC from good to best, we've got 3 roadmaps. And that is the beginning of that project that we are working on them today. One of them is the waste recycling of garment industry. We are conducting research projects. We are looking for partnership. We're looking for collaborations. We write some applications. We're seeking investments. So everything that is related to the waste recycling of garment industry, it's about us. We are working on this now. We can't tell about some results already. It's the beginning of the journey for now, but we are working. The next one project, it's about building an ecosystem of serving cluster factory, something like industrial park focusing on clothing manufacturing. So we have roadmap, and here we have some success. We have funding. I will speak of it later, and we begin this process. Another one is a roadmap for the bast fiber production. And here we have an issue. We have an idea, we have the roadmap, but turned out to be that we have no professionals in Ukraine on this topic. So if we find some of them are now joined armed forces of Ukraine, so they are not available. Other ones are living on the territory that is now under control of Russia. So there is no one to work with this, but if you know someone, we are open to collaboration, to partnership, so we do want to work on this project. We will proceed once we have some opportunity. And yes, some kind of legislation issues regarding this topic as well we have. And as the result of the working on the roadmap of building ecosystem of cluster factory, we have now status of European Digital Innovation Hub starting from July of this year. We operating under the name of Clothing Technology and Textile Hub, so Clotex Hub, and it is coordinated by Khmelnytskyi National University and by me, myself. So in partnership with Podila Fashion Cluster and Business Support Organization Agency for Sustainable Development, ASTAR, and IT Cluster of Khmelnytskyi. So we have 4 entities that will work on this project for the next 4 years. And this project was based actually on our existing project that is Fashion Training Center. We work with it already 2 years. The first year was funded by USAID, and now we will have 2 cycles again of Fashion Training Center that will be funded by another agency. We are now finishing our grant agreement signing. So probably in October we will begin again with our Fashion Training Center that is the part of our EDIH Clotex Hub. So this is our projects. Everyone who is interested, we are really like to cooperate, and we are open to any partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oksana. Any question? Okay, so thanks once again. It's really small cluster, but really very effective, and maybe it's champion if we take into account the number of grants by number of members in clusters. So really they really very effective and productive, and it's a good example for majority of our young clusters, Ukraine Cluster Alliance, because it's not so easy to reach such effectiveness. So let's continue with another our how to say, maybe star in this time from IT industry. Yesterday we were in Lviv IT cluster. We were really impressed by it's something like not Ukraine. It's so big, so brilliant, so luxury, but maybe they are too big for us, we concluded, because it's something like you know, not very relevant to our economy, and we are happy that we have in the UCA Kharkiv IT cluster. It's they're quite different, but how exactly? I think Olena will say us.
Thank you, Alexandra. My name is Olena, and I am happy to be here with you. So this is my first speech with English. So Alina, help me, please. Okay. Today I want to talk about an important part of rebuilding and Oh, I really, yeah. Today I want to talk about an important part of rebuilding Ukraine. Without this, our country cannot grow or become stronger. My speech will be about human capital, how keep it, grow it, and bring into different areas of economy. Today we, my co-worker Alina and we will share some success stories from the Ukrainian IT sector achieved thanks to the work of Kharkiv IT cluster. At Kharkiv IT cluster, I lead the department Education and Human Capital Development, and Kharkiv IT cluster is one of the largest business community in Ukraine. Today we bring together more 600 IT companies and partners, and this community also including more than 200 educational institutions like universities, colleges, and this large number of educational partners in our community is not accidental. So the IT industry in Ukraine started to grow even before it became a separate sector. Its constant growth has been possible because of people. IT businesses always invested a lot in human capital. Companies created training departments to attract young people and talents and carried out many projects. Since 2015, Kharkiv IT cluster has united the tech businesses in the eastern region of Ukraine around ambitious educational projects. Since the full-scale war started, the cluster has lost its geographical borders and through the cluster in the cloud program. Has connected companies and educational partners for 20 regions of Ukraine in the cloud. Now about 20,000 people participate in Kharkiv cluster projects every year. These projects aim to popularize the IT industry, fill it with talent, or help with employment, depending on the target audience. The IT industry, Ukraine, is the only sector that does not feel a shortage of personnel today. This has been possible thanks to coordinated work over the last 10 years. How will Ukraine be rebuilt? In my opinion, it depends on who will do it and whether we have people to do it. We have already lost a significant amount of human capital. And now it's time to invest in bringing it back and engaging in different areas. Human capital is the main focus of Ukrainians' recovery. How to attract and develop human capital? To answer this question, we can look at the project and initiatives of the Kharkiv IT cluster. So, my co-workers Alina helped me today, and Alina, I'd like to hand over the floor, please.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone, and firstly let me say that it's a big pleasure to be here today. As Helena announced before, I would like to talk to you about Kharkiv IT cluster projects that have a big impact on human capital. And when we talk about raising an IT generation, talented IT generation, it's logical to start from projects for school children and especially about career guidance. In order to this, Kharkiv IT cluster holding offline and online games in Kharkiv region and all over Ukraine for 9 years. It is a game where each student can choose a role and play an IT specialist, to feel yourself, to feel like an IT specialist and to gain a new knowledge in this. And so these knowledges students can gain in their game with their team on working on the project. Now all these activities are funded by Harkiv IT cluster members. And another part of our consistent work with school children is an internet portal of IT cluster. It is the digital tool for applicants that shows the connection between IT professions and university specialities. And this platform helps applicants to enter their desired university and to work in their profession in the future. Then, once school children become students, we continue our work with them. And this way includes hard and soft skills. In working with soft skills, Harkiv IT cluster developing a few students clubs like Open IT or Junior Club, you know. But another question for us is hard skills that is really hard to gain. So Harkiv IT cluster takes part with mentoring supports and real experience in projects via student practice in real projects in IT companies. And apart from that, we hold a bootcamp program. It accelerates and incubator programs for switchers and students in IT. And it's really a big issue to talk because we can do a separate presentation for that. But the point is that every year more than 500 participants take part in that and apply for these programs to gain the real practice. However, it is worth recognizing that the theoretical knowledge that students receive in their universities is also really important for us. So to ensure that this knowledge are up to date and correct, we provide the higher education quality assurance programs like Prof Club, certification system for IT courses, and Tech Edu app, where we certificate and revise IT measures to their reliability to give a new knowledge for our students. Then we also have certification and testing for students to ensure these knowledges. Projects aimed at improving the quality of higher education are developed in collaboration with our partners, educational partners, and also it's supported with our government stakeholders, such as the Ministry of Education or the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance. However, since the beginning of the full-scale war, it is hard for business to invest in the resources for human capital. And now we need the help of our partners, sponsors, and donors to keep developing it. For business to focus on their survival and bring victory closer, we as an alliance must find ways to preserve and attract human capital to Ukraine. It is our main goal to preserve and develop human capital. Harkiv IT cluster with more than 40 educational projects has a lot of experience in it and is ready to share it and scale it across all parts of economy in Ukraine. And if you have some suggestion, I don't know, you can contact Pani Olena in email or in LinkedIn, and she will be answer this question. But if you have this question already now, I will be happy to answer it.
Thank you, Harkiv IT cluster. Olga Shapoval, well, missing today because she's in holiday, but Olga Shapoval is a member of our board. Yeah, and we're really happy to have such strong cluster in our community. So if there are no more questions, so Andrei, the floor is yours. Is АППАУ the last presentation in this block? Andrei has a bit hard task because you...
Why?
Yeah, everybody is a bit tired, I think. So you should be short but convinced. Yeah, take it.
Okay, thanks. I will. Hello, everybody. I asked the hotel staff about the condition, but not. And we should be there. АППАУ. What is АППАУ? Nope. Can you start? It's not. No. Anдрій Бородюк. I don't know France. Yeah, you wanna try?
Sorry, but did you?
Yes, don't.
Answer your presentation?
Yes, exactly on the.
Okay.
On the it could be in the folder.
It's called not France. Look in the Deutschland folder.
Presentation.
On the flash.
Yeah.
Not. I have flash, but not.
You're saying,
I can send you directly if you. What? Sorry.
Okay, it's I can share from my screen. I think Andrei, because I have here.
But it couldn't be on the. One second, please. I will.
If I share my screen, because I have the same presentation, you can talk, Andrei.
Yeah. It's very in the folder, but not refreshed. Не. Так.
So preparing, maybe I will mention about what we are doing in consolidating the best experience in Ukrainian cluster lines, because, for example, in the program Reskilling, Upskilling, it's so fragmented, all these topics or program, not just in Ukraine, but even in European Union, it's difficult to find something, really very holistic, very consistent, and so on. So when this direction, this topic is really today become hot, because as Olena mentioned it, maybe the only industry which don't have this huge lack of human capital is IT industry, because they care about human capital since, I don't know, 20 years. Yeah, it's really like IT association, like IT, and it's quite different situation in manufacturing. That's why in almost every industry we today have huge deficit of skilled workforce, and this like crisis which is growing in Ukraine. So how to react? Of course, like cluster association, like clusters, we try to prepare some program and communicate it to government. But how to create this program? How to create project? Idea is very simple. We have already this experience, best experience in Furniture Association, in Kharkiv IT cluster, in Podillia Fashion cluster, in other clusters. So let's get together all this best experience to unify, to standardize, and to think how to move it on and to spread to all clusters. Yeah. So this is idea how we work like cluster association.
Thank you for full response. Yeah. АППАУ. It's Industrial Automation Association of Ukraine. More than 10 years we develop our innovative ecosystem in the industrial market, and many activities on this field with our members. We has now maybe more than 60 members, and since I think 18 we start to develop Ukrainian Industry 4.0 ecosystems, and this ecosystem were more than 100 members in the 22, and from this community in 22 grows Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. First member of UCA was from Industry 4.0 community. what we are in Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. We contribute our team activities in all committee and all working group of UCA, but for example, Twin Committee, it's maybe most interesting for us because we talk about digitalization. As you can see, many of project of UCA leading or including of a team of APPAUU. It's very important. The most interesting for us, maybe important for us now, it's internationalization exactly. During last half year, we has more than 6 or 7 international visit business mission. Exactly, it's with support of our donors and our partners. It's only for last 4 months visited to the Czech Republic, Poland, Brussels, Hanover, etc., etc. And if you would talk about last year, for example, on Poland, we has 6 study and business tours to Poland, many activities, 7 projects, transfer of instruments from FPPP, it's Polish government Industry 4.0 organization.
Yeah, I'd like to intervene because Adrian Jacek is here. Adrian? No?
No.
No, he came out. Okay.
He with us, but
yeah, he with us. So the guy who helped us to create all this report. This is all even small, let's say, order from their state agency to prepare this analysis. It's first time Polish government ordered us to something like analysis of Ukrainian ecosystem industry 4.0. It was really great, let's say, support. And all this mission, was done with Jacek. Adrian Jacek is somewhere here, but maybe he
appear and disappear. Yeah, but and from these international activities now grow up international committee between countries. Now it's started with Poland, Czech Republic, and Romania, and this year we want to level up to the government level of this committee, and exactly we would scale up in another country who are friendly for us. So we hear French guys, German guys, and all, and this is very important for us. And what is next steps? What we see? It's an example of APM. It's asset performance management, but it's for all industry. The situation is the same. 85% of Ukrainian users in industries, exactly, they stay on the level APM 1 or 2. It's very low, and now we have a big question how we could go to the APM, not APM industry 4.0, and further to industry 5.0. Exactly to go to build this bridge from this place where we are and our infrastructure destroyed, and I think could be destroying some time, and exactly we need not just a bridge, we need jump. Exactly, without support of our professionals around the world, we can do it by ourselves. Exactly, we need strategic and methodology services, support from state bodies and digital innovation hubs, and that's where we need the support for our SME. What we see now, most of our businesses we see, like Alexander told yesterday, we were in Lviv IT cluster, they all projects is on the global market. For your association, I think it's 2. Domestic market, it's very small, but without developing of domestic market, we cannot rebuild anything. because who should work on our market? Only our people. But they're not ready exactly for this. We must build and develop clear strategies of changes in any industries. Exactly now our government take care on some, no, Miltech exactly it's understood, but many of sectors, yes, has no strategy at all, and it's why we talk with our friends about help in every sectors what we need to develop, because we have technology, we have expertise in technology, but we don't have no programs, yes, but roadmaps. But for build roadmaps, as Alexander told, we need sources, people, money, and time. Exactly. In time, we very split. Tripod, I told tripod and calls, and I think for last two slides, I will ask Alexander to talk about it, because it was his idea to start talk about Industry 5.0 last year. I want to tell once again, we are start agenda of Industry 4.0, and we are started agenda of Industry 5.0.
So maybe just comments to that. This is our classical segmentation. Yeah. So you know the market can be segmented but different way. His is segmentation by industry. His segmentation by technology. So of course it's combined, and different countries have different strategy. For example, many of them just attack technological sector. And in Ukraine, we also have some tentative to create some strategy by Ministry of Digital Transformation, how it looks like AI and robotics, and they try to create a strategy. But of course, strategy just, technology just instrument to digitalize industry. So this is our big idea from 2018, how to really, because there are different names for this sector. For example, in Europe, we are talking more about advanced manufacturing. It's the same, okay? So idea is to have clear strategy, clear roadmap here by sector, and unfortunately, they do not exist in our state. Maybe beside of some, maybe not explicit, but they exist anyway. For example, e-government and our Ministry of Digital Transformation is famous in, I don't know, in Europe, worldwide, for creating really good product and services in this sector, public services and e-government. Today, we are talking about middle tech. But idea is how to move further and much faster by other sector, and it's open question. So that's why we need some strategic framework, more dedicated program by sector in every industry. And I already told that we work during year about all many of these elements. For example, Digital Innovation Hub, and before it was Center 4.0, we started to develop this concept 5 years ago. And we created this center near to university in Odessa, Kharkiv, Poltava, Kiev. And today they became DIH, European DIH, you know. And there are many other elements we want to integrate into one concept. And so, but it's not like copy-paste of European strategy, European policy, because even in Europe, I think Romanian advanced manufacturing, in French, they are not the same. It's different approach because there are different policy strategy at level of each country. So what is different in Ukrainian approach to Industry 5.0? Of course, we're not talking just about sustainability, because you know the European concept 5.0, it appeared in Europe or it was very impacted by COVID. Yeah, because COVID showed weaknesses of value chains. That's why people or our colleagues started to focus to highlight that value chain should be resilient, supply chain, yeah, with crisis, with delivery of component from China, from Asia, and so on. But we, of course, we are talking as well about resilience, but we focus much about security. Safety and security for us is important. We do not understand why, let's say, European concept or approach are quite different. Let's say defense and advanced manufacturing, but because it's many times it's the same. Yeah, because advanced manufacturing is core of any military complex. It's the same operation, it's the same production, it's the same manufacturing. So why we separate them? We should combine them, we should integrate them. Because for Ukraine is a crucial factor, yeah, how to create this strong military complex. So in our understanding, Industry 5.0 is the core of our military complex. We should not separate and consider it something like 5.0 only for some to be aligned with European trend, and separately create something for our what we call OPK, оборонно-промисловий complex. Yeah? It's the same. It's the same, and we should really promote all this strategy we are talking about. Yeah, we are talking about to our military complex. Yeah, because today many of our system integrator, developers, they just out of the game. We are talking just about drone, but why drone? There are many technology we can apply to our military complex. Just today, and we have already potential, we have integration, so on. So the second stuff is, second thing is about in policy making about mechanism of international cooperation. We have special discussion for today, and maybe it will be topic of facility plan. We don't know what will be inside in facility plan, which will start, as we heard, maybe in November. But what we really lack this mechanism of international collaboration, especially in our domain where we work in. Yeah, I mean advanced manufacturing. Of course, many projects already started, because of course we monitor situation in neighbors country, and we know that these Polish guys, Czech guys, Slovakian, they much more advanced in, especially in state policy in this domain. Yeah, I'm not talking about France and Germany. Of course, they much more ahead in all that. So, but we need just such. If we are talking about plant 4.0, we need to improve governance, because governance is one of key difference of Industry 5.0 from Industry 4.0, and it's especially crucial for Ukraine. Yeah, because we cannot fight against our enemy without strong state. State body, public body are today really crucial element in centralization and coordination of our efforts in every industry, especially critical industry. Yeah, but unfortunately our ministry, yeah, sorry to say, but they are far away from all this stuff in advanced manufacturing. АППАУ, our policymaker, our expert, are much more advanced in understanding what is going on in Europe, in world market, and so on. So we, of course, we should working together, but one of the best way to transfer this experience, to engage our colleagues, yeah, from Europe to all these processes. And this is like new initiative from АППАУ, because in what we call Plant 5.0 is of course about advanced manufacturing, but you know, we don't want to copy just German concept or I don't know. You know that there are many big programs. Germany launched Industry 4.0, I don't know, 2011. It was already, it's a big period in high-tech technology. France launched its program, Factory of the Future, I don't know, 2014 maybe, yeah? Yeah, so 8 years ago. We have nothing like state program. Yeah, and many countries, Polish guys, yeah? This is, you see, what you see here is the state agency of Industry 4.0. As they do a lot, they did a lot how to digitize the industry, how to create some instrument which support SME, which support region, which support sector. It's really huge job which was done by state agency. Yeah. So of course we try to engage our Ministry of Strategic Industry, Ministry of Digital Transformation, but idea is that we should not copy some German experience or there is a famous program China 2025. China took this program also in 2014. It was 10 years ago. And the target was to build 100 new plants of new generation. And they're very close to this. They don't need today so much technology support or, because they started robotization. China, with a number of people, they started complete plant, robotized, digitized plant 10 years ago. And now they have it. That's why it's become really crucial in period we live in, wartime, I mean. So that's why we need our own approach, but it should be, of course, modular. It should be completely digitized, automated. But how to create these comps, we don't know. We need this experience of a policymaker, of expert from Europe, because we don't have such expert. I mean, many of them. Well, and of course here we continue to our program of collaboration. So, but I want to say that many of our clusters are, let's say, maybe not at the level of expertise, but the level of, let's say, intuitive and how to say, general support. They're ready for that. Last year, this manifesto about transition to Industry 5.0 has been signed by 26 of our clusters. So we have really great consolidation around all that. Well, we need funding today to really move on this way, to move on all these projects. Yeah, thank you. If you have any question, please.
Thank you for begun and finish my presentation.
Thank you, Andrei. I just finished. No question? Okay. Well, I think we are ahead in our timing to. No, we are almost in time. Yeah, we have now a coffee break. So. Okay, everybody decided. So we have coffee break, 20 minutes, and then we'll have more discussion, two-panel discussion. I think with our foreign friends, we'll discuss what you hear it today, yesterday. It will be really very open style. So, colleagues, let's continue. Now we'll have. Так, наша аудиторія онлайн нас чує, так? Так, перевір, чи все гаразд нас онлайн. Ми продовжуємо. So we'll have a panel discussion about the role of cluster during wartime. So we'll have three speakers. We'll have a change instead of Bogdan Shapoval. Unfortunately, he ill today. We'll have Іван Мовчан. Андрій, Іван Мовчан, ну витягни його, ну скільки ж можна, да? We have Оксана Донська, please. Take your seat. And Mike also disappeared. Mike Richardson, so we asked Florian to participate in this discussion because we cannot find Mike. So we should replace him. I'm sorry, but yeah, but I know that you're ready. You're always ready. Sorry. Well, three person, we can start. Just waiting for Ivan. So idea is to, well, just a minute, because without Ivan it's not So we are a bit separated because the light. Okay. The main topic of the discussion about the role of clusters is, let's say, not too fresh topic in European community, because they discuss a lot during years what a true role of clusters, like economic instrument. Okay, we can imagine that, and we continue this, message, or like cliche, that cluster an important role in economic development, regional development, innovation, and so on. But in fact, the role of clusters, this is rather something dynamic. They're changing. It depends on country, it depends on market, and depends on situation. So now our discussion is about the role of cluster during wartime. Yeah, and we had such a tentative to define some specific role of cluster 2 years ago when the war started and the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance appeared. And we defined it 5 roles. It was 2 years ago, like orchestrator, what is present today, orchestrated of innovative industrial ecosystem. So it can be like tools or instruments how to counter or tackle with crisis effect. That cluster are reliable partner of the government, regional authority, community, regional community, and so on. They can be catalyst and to a certain extent savior of innovative development of SME. They can be generator of new initiative for restoration of countries, so it means for recovery, and so on. But it was 2 years ago, and now let's reflect. So this discussion rather a reflection. You are not, how to say, obliged to specify, yeah, this role, yeah, it's rather reflection. Yeah, just take example of your association, your clusters. Yeah, Florian, you have really good overview of what is going on in Ukraine. Yeah, you know well our clusters. And let's discuss how do you see and what role is more important. Maybe we can imagine or generate a new role, I don't know. So let's start from a simple question about best practice, just to reflect which role is assigned to this practice. Maybe Oksana, we can start with you, because you already showed it. We saw your presentation, and if you now reflect, okay, creating a school, school of operator or workforce. What is the role? It's like what? I don't know. Yeah, please.
I would say that our main role for the moment is the gatherer. We know the problem of the industry, and we just call, let's do it together. Let's solve it together. When we didn't have enough of export, we decided that let's invite international buyers to Ukraine. And we organized international B2B fair in Ukraine when we brought buyers from 33 countries. At the beginning of the war, just the first days, nobody known what to do, and we gathered and just asked each other what should we do. And the first one, what we did, we donated. We started our volunteering hub. We started to matchmaking people with international partners who was ready to get our refugees. We starting to gather money to help. We sent a huge amount to our ministry for our national fund, and after that we started our own fund to donate to our army, and even today we do a lot about this. So we have a problem and we solve it.
It's appealed to me that you like, because we Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, we are a member of European Cluster Alliance. And there is such kind of discussion in the European Cluster Alliance, our big friend Antonio De Novo, and they define it such a role like sensor, market sensor. The cluster first realize some market problem, and first they start to react. So not just sensor, but like, I don't know, controller, like head, yeah, which take decision, like problem taker and problem tackler, yeah, challenge tackler, yeah. So we can face the challenge, but we realize, yeah, something. So it's very, yeah, something like that. Maybe you can comment this role, if it's a role, Florian.
Yes, I prepared another approach.
just to comment what Oksana said, yeah.
Yeah, bringing the people together, that's true. The question is always, what's the purpose of bringing the people together? So everybody in the room has to know why he's there or she's there. And this is difficult to ensure because everybody understands a specific situation in another way. And so the question is, what exactly is the role of everybody in the room is a question which has to be addressed in my point of view. Directly or indirectly, and what are the expectations and stuff like that. So the approach is the best one. It's top, I would say. Yes, exactly. That's it. And now you can address the roles and go a step forward. That's what my
but Oksana says that they not just gather in order to resolve the problem, resolve market issue.
That's
challenge.
what I wanted to get to this point from another angle.
Okay.
So when we had this this kind of when we had the 5 presentations from the clusters this morning, I had in my eyes a kind of were you weighing
balance?
Balance.
Yeah.
Okay. And the one is
balance guy.
Exactly, you're the balance guy. The one is we're a service provider, and on the other side, we're innovative. We're initiating innovation.
Innovative approach.
An innovative approach. And the question is, where do you get, or how do you get dynamic into your cluster? In between these two angles, you need both of them in some extent. But if the service provider is too strong, innovation will be, will not succeed as the key driver for dynamics within the cluster.
I understand what you're talking about, because it's what we just said before the break. Yeah, that do not invent your bicycle. Just take best experience of Oksana, of Kharkiv IT clusters, and just repeat this school in your industry. But yeah, this is a balance, because maybe your industry is specific. You somehow need not just to repeat, but to change something. Yeah, there is always place for innovation. It's a good point. Any comment, Oksana?
Yeah, I fully agree that we need a balance. And when we tried to connect, for example, furniture manufacturers with universities, which should prepare new employees for them, it didn't work. Because the attention from our factories was much more bigger than the student wanted to get. And we decided that we need to change it to simpler model. We have to discuss with them in simple words all issues, and we have to solve it having very complex instruments, but showing it as a result. That here we have a problem, you know how to call it in your manufacturing language, but without any scientific terms. Yeah. And let's do it. Just having strong team who can provide it. Having problem and having the result.
Good point. Thank you. Let's consider other role, maybe the same. my maybe other role in the example of Ukrainian industrial clusters. Ivan Movchan is member of the board. Mike, you can join us if you want, because we discuss a role of cluster in wartime. Yeah, yeah. I understood where you disappear and why. Yeah.
Because I want to give a living example to inspire people in Ukraine. Please don't be quiet.
This is light into your eyes. Maybe you can just. Yeah. Okay. So, but I'd like maybe to. Yeah, good. But now the turn of Ivan. If поставте презентацію, будь ласка, Деван.
It's not working. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Our experience of cluster was like this. We decided that our cluster, it is like accumulation of experience, and we try to accumulate all experience that our members have and try to share it with each other. And also the same situation, when there was started, we understood that we have production lines, we have opportunities, we have experience in metal fabrication, and we decided to produce something that will be useful for our army. And we made it, but we don't have any experience in this manufacturing. And we decided to make robots for soldiers. And we gathered together our companies who have what experience. We can produce metal structures. Other company, Velotrade, they know how to produce electric bicycles. Okay, let's be electric vehicles. And other company had a very good experience in communication. They know how to make good communication. We gather together and we invent them, we made them, we now producing them. We faced that problem that almost all manufacturers in Ukraine of ground robots, they have a lot of ideas, but they don't have production lines. They can produce one piece in a month or two pieces in a month. We can easily produce 20 pieces in a day. And now we are like a co-manufacturer for several producers in Ukraine. And we think that that's our advantage. So we can easily share our experience. They don't need to have some machines. They don't need to have engineers. They just need to have an idea. They can come to us and we will implement it. And that was our experience of last maybe half a year, and these, like we called it, cluster product. It isn't a product of one company. It is a cluster product. We communicated much more than we communicated before, because when we started to develop a cluster product, we should communicate almost each day. All our workers also should communicate more often. And that gave us some new opportunities, and now with this that we're now thinking about more cluster products, but not only in military sphere, but in other spheres, because we understood that it's easy to share experience with each other and to invent some totally new products. And now we are thinking even to make a label like Ukrainian Industrial Cluster is cluster product. This is my product like Ukrainian Scale Company, and this is product of Ukrainian Scale Cluster. And we have an idea that in future it should be like a quality label to show that Ukrainian Scale or Ukrainian Industrial Cluster, it's like good quality, good engineers, good producers, and with the future for our cluster like this. One window for anybody who wants to invent, to produce, to make mass production. We are open, and that's our main idea for today.
So, if we well understood, so how many companies engaged to this common process of?
In developing, it was engaged 4 companies. In production, 2 companies.
Yeah. Maybe
and,
if you
yes, I will show you.
Just
next,
maybe you
just
illustrate. Yeah, just click quickly, just to illustrate your idea.
We made one little drone. We called it Pixel. It's just for mines, and then we We made already tests, we made already codification, certification, and we are producing them now. And the second, it is Visluk, we called it, because it's just like a donkey for carrying anything. And so it also was developed by several people. We also involved soldiers, we involved veterans. We involved veterans, and they gave us a lot of advices. We also combined experience of a lot of people, and we just made this. That's very simple. And I think that if only my company tried to invent and to try to produce, we should spend, I think, then 2 years. But when we combined each other, we made first sample in a month. Now we have 13 generation of pixel drone. 13 generation, because we made a lot of changes, and now we have mass production of
13 models.
13 generation. We made changes.
Yeah, iteration. Okay.
Yes, iteration or generation. So, because we were combined together, a lot of different engineers from different spheres.
Okay. You sell them directly to Army Forces of Ukraine?
We sell them directly to Army Forces. We donate it to the funds. So yes.
Okay. So it's a great example how, let's say, metal working clusters, before war nothing to do with armed forces, start to combine their resources, their expertise, and produce quite new product line. Yeah, which again, like in Oksana case, needed by the market. So they see the problem, they combine resources, expertise, and they resolve this problem with product line. This is classical. This is nature of cluster. Why cluster needs on the market? Yeah, your comments maybe, Mike.
You blew my mind. I need to use a non-idiomatic expression. This is the first time I've heard cluster product. I hope you trademark that. I don't have many words, except I would like to meet with you extensively afterward, because we have projects to start on. The idea of a cluster label for a product must be propagated throughout Europe and must be claimed in origin from Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay.
We are trying.
Yeah, please.
I would like to put it the same story, not the same story, but a similar story in another way. Anastasia and I, we're working on a project on the question what to do with debris and rubble of the shelled buildings in the cities. And when I was asked to join the committee just a couple of months ago, I said, well, this question is already solved, isn't it? And I was told, no, there is no technical solution, there is no societal solution, there is no administrative solution. So we built, or they already built, a consortium of think tanks, of construction from people from construction industry, NGOs like NeoEco and so on are all together in this consortium. And it was clear for us that when we're talking about just a technical solution, once we have the funding and the project is done, the solution will be gone somewhere in the it won't succeed. But if you put the technical solution, the process, into a cluster, and you build a cluster around it, you get it to the moon. Well, at least to every city in Ukraine. And that's our approach now, that we're having we're working on a technical solution embedded in a cluster structure. So it's the other way around.
So just to check with our audience, I don't know how many of our cluster who here are from cluster, yeah? How many of you created a new product line, maybe a new area? One, two. Okay, you're the same cluster. Okay, yeah. Okay, 2 clusters. Yeah, so it's rather exceptional. It's not usual. So it's not just tackler of the problem and the challenge and resolving, but here is a bit different role, creating a new even value chain inside of cluster, new supply chain inside of cluster. Yeah, it's like really exceptional when we know many community in Ukraine, not just cluster, which mobilize their resources to to solve market problem. Cluster are not unique in that. So maybe Oksana, yeah, you can comment, but additional question to you: what makes you different from other associations?
But let me comment this increasing or developing new product. It is possible in a small cluster. In the association, when we have more than 300 participants, if we involve 1 to 5 companies, all other, they would say that we are out of the board. Where is the competition? Why we should do that? We tried 3 times to have a platform, and the main goal of this platform was to produce furniture for hotel, for example. And in a case when all members of this platform, they are members of the association, and they enter the platform, they have the same vote, and they think about each other as a competitor. And they try to find something under the floor. What are you doing with the price and with the...
But in our case, we just asked who are interested in developing this kind of product. 4 companies say we are interested in developing. When we developed and understood how it should be produced, we again asked who are interested in production. 2 companies said we are interested, and 2 companies said, okay, we are not interested in production, but we can give money for this. For example, we can invest in this project, but we are not interested in production. Just communication. If you ask question, you will receive the answer.
The question of Oksana, you have 50 of such companies.
The same situation. You just ask. Only 3 or 4 companies, they say that they're interested. But, for example, 50 can say that they are interested, but in the first meeting will be only 4. These 4 will be involved. Yeah. That's all. Just make like a seat.
This is a tough question. I think our foreign colleagues from Marius can confirm that in big association, big cluster, it's not easy problem. But however, please.
Thank you. I heard Ivania, and his variant better, as I think, because every company can check how can I step in regress, for example, in this project, Ask for you, in your association, 30 company, or 300 company, sorry. Different level of competition of products, of level products. How you solve the problem that one company very big manufacturer and area, other smaller, and they inside like fighting, for example, you find invest project or some idea, you start teaching, but this company no need this information, smaller, very important take this information.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and everybody around us ask us how we fight with the competition inside of the association. And we say that we don't fight with it. We teach people to trust each other, and we let them know that all of them, they are different. And only demand would be right. Is your offer is okay for this market or not? For example, when we organize any kind of course of our FBA Academy, sure, we invite big companies also, but then they don't require it. So they are out of our education process. But all other 90% of members, they're interested. And our association, we don't gather around the product. But also this question is very important for us, like we teach them how to create, we show them successful stories when you have new product, how you develop your company. We gather them about questions where they need to share costs for education, for promotion, for exchanging experience when acting separately, they would never get it but together we can do it. For example, like this lean tour. You are an owner of the factory and you open your doors to 15 competitors. How is it possible? And one by one they learn that it's not bad. You will not lose. You will clean your factory before the you will have promotion of your factory, and you will get also comments from a very costly lean consultant. Yeah, that's why we, yeah, exactly, and that's why during last, I don't know, 6-7 years, we were talking to them about how big market outside of Ukraine, and there is no competitors for us, honestly saying. We.
Yeah, sorry.
We teach them how to sell abroad, how to export. As in Ukraine, they are competitors. Abroad, they are not competitors to each other. And unfortunately for today, we have a difference between offers and requests. We have more requests from abroad than we can produce.
Okay, let's continue because, Mike, you were a little bit late. And in fact, our role, you already understood, discussion is about role of clusters. And I see that you brought something. Yeah, please.
Okay. How much time do I have so I get 5? Do I have 5? 5 minutes, okay. Okay, just go. Okay. Hi. So I'm Mike Richardson. I'm from Optic BB, and I'm helping here to support the newly formed Clusters for Defense. Why did I come in such a spectacular fashion, and how does this affect Clusters for Defense? This right here is made here in Kyiv, okay? This helmet, this is class 3, okay? This is the world's best. This helmet is better than anything made anywhere else in the world. Please pass this around. This was made with love by Ukrainians, for Ukrainians. Check out the head mount on that if you've ever had to wear one in the field before. It's nice, okay? How is this a cluster story? Clusters are human activities. How does someone like me get to know a company like this? Because of clusters, okay? The reason I know Ukraine TAC is because I engaged with cluster activities via Alexander Yurychak in November of 2022 before I went on my first mission to Ukraine. So that my presence here and all of the work I have done is based on a foundation of clusters, right? I can make no promises. I have no production capacity. Basically, I just know people and can do some things. Not many things, but some things. This cluster mechanism enables people that have motivation and drive, that want to help, to interface with like-minded individuals, a kind of an energetic network, to get things done. I don't build things, but now because of the European Cluster Collaboration platform, excuse me, sorry, and then interfacing with Alexander and then being part of the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, it created the connections necessary for me to establish the relationship with Severon Desgande, who founded this company. He founded this company because at the beginning of the war, during the Battle of Kyiv, he went out to fight, like you good Ukrainians did. And at that time, there was defective body armor. Ukrainians were getting killed because there were people selling armor to make money, not caring whether they would live or die. So he took his personal assets, built a factory, the helmet factory. I visited his helmet factory when there was no power in 2022 before I went somewhere. And he was building these helmets. They were using wood. Do you understand? Generators, right? So how does this all connect with cluster? Okay, well, they're part of our cluster right now. That's what I'd like to say, first of all. And also, it's showing these connections with people. I connected with people, and now I am part of a greater network. Is that enough, Alexander? If there are any questions, but this is made from a desperate situation, and now there's something better. Now, Ukraine is going to become a world leader in producing body armor. The best body armor in the world comes from Ukraine. I think it'd be good to get them connected with you. What you guys could do together, who knows?
Yeah. Maybe just to fix up and to maybe extend this point, because in fact what Mike said, that clusters serve like connector. Yeah. Yes. Maybe you can extend this point in this case. What other roles do you see in this case? Like connector, what else?
I know. Also, my idea that clusters can be market makers. That's what we can. For example, my market of for example, metal construction or metal works. It's, for example, 1 billion euro in Ukraine. We can make it 2 billion euro in Ukraine if we will promote this construction. We will work with government. Because, yes, the same. Because I like one company, if I go to Ministry of Economy, they say, you want to make something not good because you try to promote only your company. But when cluster goes, it promotes some sphere, not only company, some economical field. And that's why we can make market growth. That's what we need to do today, because if we want to live in a rich country, we should make Ukrainian market rising in all spheres. And this is also one of the roles of the clusters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, please, Oksana.
And I just want to mention, to add to what you just said, we visited Unbroken, we visited Superhumans, we visited IT cluster, Lviv IT cluster, and you could see what excellence is possible in Ukraine, world-leading excellence, if you're really focusing and working together with all the stakeholders you need for that, and beat the shit out of every other country. It's really amazing. I'm sorry to say that as a German, but you know, if you see it in this way, there are many opportunities, and you know, connecting the people is one of the first steps.
Yeah. Maybe Oksana, you can comment, because this is an important point. Cluster like a maker of the market. Yeah. Before, I don't remember. In fact, you created furniture industry because it did not exist like in official register till I don't know.
Exactly. By our laws in Ukraine, there was no furniture industry. We were just as a part of a wooden industry, but and we required our government to have a law about us, and now we are going to have our own holiday, as you have a day of teacher or day of accountant, but we never had it before.
A day of, like, what is it?
Celebration day.
Celebration day of Ukrainian furniture.
Yeah, it's a day of furniture in the manufacturer.
Yeah.
Wait, you mean a cluster did so much that you affected national policy to the point that a national holiday was created?
Yeah, it's
People should think about what that means and the power of clusters.
Yeah.
You did that.
No, we are going to have it to get it. Yeah. It's a process of signing documents.
That's.
But
I can't think of any other country you could do that.
But what it matter in money, for example, for each of furniture manufacturers, because of our vote, because of when we in the middle of night coach Kachka, Taras Kachka, and we get attention to our industry, and we were included to the national strategy. We became, I don't remember, 7th or 8th industry that needs of development, and we got the support.
It's a very good example, and we should think about it, to reflect about it, because just imagine if you are just part of wooden industry and you became autonomous, really, let's say, self-sufficient industry with, let's say, with all your certificate, education, license, develop its value chain, develop its service infrastructure. It's quite different. It's the same example like IT industry, what they created inside of IT in Ukraine, with complete range of industry, especially in education. Yeah. So, and now take another example, Brave One. it's famous, it's our proud, but if it's cluster, yeah, we have a lot of discussion about such examples. It's rather accelerator. It's good accelerator, but in which everybody compete with everybody. If it's possible in Brave One creation of such product range like we see here, no. Why? Just because they compete each other. So, and now let's turn our discussion to mechanism. What we should do to maybe, or let's begin with current state. What we miss to let's say. I don't know, in legislation or maybe in our community to create more such example like yours or Ivan, because we saw just two example of cluster which able to create new product line or new product. You can.
We share. We share.
Yeah, you
we
share.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. But I would like to say one point. The reason we're connecting people doesn't mean that competition is off the table. So by knowing the people, that means that the guy I'm going to work with, he's driving me to do what he needs, and I'm driving him, also. So I have to fulfill what I promise or what I try to achieve in terms of, yes, this is not a coffee table here. This is, decent business, and even more, there's, we don't have to talk about this dimension which is behind that one. So classes are not a kindergarten. Everybody's playing with each other. It is a competitive atmosphere, or it has to be. Otherwise, you don't get into the dynamic.
No, I agree, but an example of what Oksana said about Lean Tour, it's classical example of competition. When from one side they compete each other, but from another side they cooperate because they have industry standards.
Yeah, you back it up, of course, with this Lean Tours and so on. But if you only have Lean Tours,
no,
that doesn't work, I would say.
You are a participant of international fair. Having your monobrand booth and having your own visitors, you would win all of them. But we gather as a minimum 10 factories, and the biggest number was 30 factories at the same booth. Yeah. All of them, they are competitors. Yeah. And visitors, all of visitors, they are furniture buyers. Yes. But acting together, we increase our database of leads. Yeah. We can share each visitor one by one. Yeah. We get more information about this buyer. And we get more attention having huge pavilion and sharing this budget. Mm-hmm. So one day before participating in our booth, they would think about competition. But at the end of the fair, all of them, they are friends, and they are ready to share orders.
Yeah. Great. So let's maybe, because we have still 20 minutes, so let's maybe interact.
To that, Alexander, regarding competition, because something illustrative regarding cluster, because our organization's a cluster. Photonics in Berlin is 4.4 billion euro industry, and so we have competitors, right? Not managed. I mean, we have over 150 members. Total economic output 4.5 billion euros as last year. So I do have competitors-ish, right? So how do I balance this? One, I promote all. I don't promote competition between members. When that happens, I'm able to say, with all due respect, I represent all of you, and then I'm able to step away in a graceful fashion. Okay, so that's what I do. Another thing is to find the common spaces where they're all going to go. Now, because I'm with quantum and photonics, that means events, conventions, and research labs. So let's say when we go to the research institution I'm aligned with, Fraunhofer IZM, I will bring researchers from, let's say, various competitors coming together. We're looking at the same rig on an optical bench, right? We're competitors. We keep what we're thinking in our brains, but we still will be asking questions. We're able to work together. That's what I would add. Find a common meeting space where you need to get knowledge. Now, to go back the factory, what you were mentioned, because I'm very experienced in reading factories. I would call it reading factories. This is a great point, because when the competitor comes, it means exactly, you look at your production line, right? You clean it up. right? You make sure the secret stuff is secret. And by doing this activity, you actually end up optimizing your factory. And if it's regularly every 3 months, your standard of excellence increases. Okay, but anyway, to go back, this is what I do. I try to bring the entities together in spaces where they don't compete. When competition occurs, I say respectfully, I need to pull back. And the last thing to add is that's because I'm state funded. And this is an important aspect to have state funding. When you have a cluster that is overly funded by a private entity, then questions can arise. Who are you representing? Are you representing the clusters, the members equally, or are you biased to the entity that is paying the most? This is a very special advantage we have in Germany, and I would advocate that clusters should receive more state funding in order to be more objective. Thank you.
Okay, maybe let's, maybe somebody, Loic is not here, our French friend, no, it's not here. Maybe, Marius, I'd like to ask our foreign friends, if you want, Adrian, you can just comment, because we are looking, maybe you can talk about role, we did not mention, or techniques, method, cluster use, you know, to, in fact, to realize this role we did not mention, for example. Well, yeah?
All right, thank you. First of all, congratulations on what are you guys doing. Your work is amazing. The way I see it, Ukrainian people are way more determined than what I'm seeing in Romania. We are always getting stuck in politics, I guess. And when you have a war at the border, or in your country, you don't have time for politics, so you put your head to work, and you have amazing results. Regarding the competition in clusters, what I had in my mind was if you have the right framework, competition can be good sometime, and people can get pretty creative, pretty productive if the framework is set up from the start and the rules for the game are clear through the process. I don't know what I should add here, because even if there are more members in the clusters that I'm managing, the results that I'm seeing here are blowing my mind. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe Yuri, you can comment about your idea with Adrian, with our Polish friends and Czech friends, because what Mike mentioned it like common space, cluster create common space, but in your case, yeah, with Adrian, you create real physical space. What is your idea to create about these offices in Krakow?
Hello everyone. My name is Yuri Shirin. I'm a founder of Group of Companies, and I'm a great supporter of Alex Yurzchak. I know him for more than 12 or 30 years. So I'm a more grounded person, yes, on a business level. But anyway, the mission of co-creation is very close to my heart. And everything what you are talking about was about unity, the co-creative, united thinking, and it is built on trust. So my parallel association and allegory of this is territory defense of Ukraine, where people are united with general idea, with general co-creative mentality. There is no way for internal disruption and internal politics. And this is the situation where Ukraine now is. And I spent my personal 2.5 year of rearranging mentality of my company, of clients, and together with Alex Yurzchak and about 6 visits of our global missions to Poland, and tight cooperation with Jacek, to Czech Republic, to Norway, to Baltic countries, to unify our resources of our partners, of companies, of clusters, and trying to co-create something. And as a result, we made some success. I think that we united efforts in creating smart city projects such as Safe Bucha, to transfer the experience of Czech partners, financed by Czech government, to Bucha, to the most sensitive place of the world, I think, and for Ukraine. This is like a big trauma, psychological trauma, nation trauma, to heal this trauma in united efforts. And we launched this program also with cluster efforts. The next project is about 3D orthography for smart cities, united again members of clusters with Taiwanese and Lithuanian government support. And now we are on the road of creating 2 big projects with Norwegian funds, again with clusters. And under that hood, we understood that building these international bridges, this makes multiplication of the markets we are directed on. And we decided, together with the Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, with Alexander, to establish physical offices in Krakow, in Poland, covering Poland, and in Brno, covering Czech Republic, also in Project Oslo, to make tight bridges, network bridges of this unity, to scale this unity, to scale this cluster mentality, because as you told, and in a big booth on the exhibition, you can multiply your lead generation, and you can divide times the customer acquisition cost per attraction of client, and you can combine your added value offer in complex projects. And visiting of Hanover Messe, we understood definitely that competition, local competition, does not exist. There is only co-creation, co-competition. On a local market, thinking locally, we are losing. We are tearing each other apart and feeling jealous about our clients. But on a global perspective, the market is limitless. Just literally, it's limitless. And your power, market power, combines of your co-creative mentality. It is very difficult to understand. Yes, and I want to give a word to Yasik, because he is now Adrian. Yes, sometimes I mislead. To talk about real office that we established in Krakow Technology Park, and the next strategy of building up a physical presence.
So I'm pretty impressed with your experiences, and I hope that everything will work.
Yeah, you are modest. Yeah, you're a modest guy. Okay, let's maybe finish our discussion with maybe some role we do not accomplish as we would expect. I don't know, or maybe some barrier, some obstacle. I don't know. For example, twin transition. There is a lot of blah 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 around twin transition, but if you look inside of Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, you have maybe just, I don't know, maybe a few clusters, 3, 4, not more, which really apply this like strategy, like conscious strategy to our SME. All other just looking on the market to say, yeah, no, there is no demand. There is no demand. Okay, let's wait. So it's not about twin transition. It's not about strategy. It's not about proactive approach. Yeah, if you're just waiting where our SME will grow to, you know, in their mentality or culture and so on. So what stops us to accomplish this role more actively? But once again, it's maybe different situation, different cluster. Let's start from you, because I think that your company is okay. But
Thank you.
If other member of your cluster
I will promote my idea, not of twin transition, but of trident transition, because we also should be not only green and sustainable, we also should be, I don't know how to explain, we should be resilient in the situation like war, so we should be protected, we should be ready for this, and that's why I call that in Ukraine we not only should be green and digital, but we also should be resilient to all these factors. And I think that these factor makes us much more stronger than a lot of companies all over the world. Because, for example, my company, we installed solar panels before the war, but during the war we just installed diesel generator, and now we can work whenever we need. So we don't have any problems with electricity today because we were ready for this. And it's also but the war make us or push us to do this. We have the war, we shouldn't see on the war like on the factor that can damage us, but we also should see this like a factor that can make us stronger, much more stronger, and we should become stronger or we will die. And that's a different, yes, it's totally different strategy. Because you don't only should think about future in 100 years, in 200 years, like ecology, digitalization, simple ways of doing business. You should think how to live now in all these conditions and how to survive. And to survive, you should be very strong.
Yeah, but yes, my question, because for you, I think the right words is imperative. You perceive all these external
in our
like
cluster
imperative to change, but as a member, the question about other
members, they already understood this, because now even in one of our projects in our cluster we want to build several industrial parks for our members, and one of them will be in Kharkiv underground. As I told you, 1 year before, half a year ago, 3 weeks ago, I met our burgomister or mayor, and he gave us a green card to make anything that we want in Kharkiv. Okay, he said, yes, your industrial park should be underground, we will give you place, we will give you all communications, just make a project, come with project to us, and we will help you. Before the war, it was impossible. It was impossible, because you should pay a lot of money for place, a lot of money for communications. Now it is easy, because our government, they start to change their way of thinking. They ask us what our cluster members all was in Kharkiv, and now when we make relocation in other parts of Ukraine or even in other parts of the world, because I make factory in Turkey, they try to give us good conditions to leave our business in these new areas. And only 2 or 3 weeks ago, Kharkiv began to ask us, what should we do to come back? Earlier, it was also impossible. Now they ask, what should we do to come back to Kharkiv? What conditions we should give, what situation we should make, because we want you to come back. And it's also good. It's also a role of cluster. It's a role of cluster, because I can't be so powerful like one company. Like a cluster, it's easy. Sergey met also on Monday. He was in Kharkiv. He met a man who is responsible for these industrial areas. They saw a lot of different areas, and they say, okay, let's think where we can build. We have several underground areas already that exist, but they're too small for us. It's only 2,000 square meters, but maybe it will be good for some other cluster or some other company, because we need something like 50,000 square meters to our cluster industrial park. But it's, again, step by step. Cluster can move it much more faster, and when cluster makes these steps, all members begin to think about this. Yeah. Cluster should be like a benchmark even for his members.
Yeah, this is maybe another very important topic we promote in Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, because in many already project initiative, we concluded very quickly during previous periods that without leadership it doesn't work. Only if cluster have their leader, they can progress. And this is a really very good example for leadership, yeah, because it's not just propose initiative, take responsibility, but he form voice of community, of local community, because Kharkiv already lost hundreds of enterprise. They were relocated through Ukraine, they were relocated abroad, and many of them don't want to come back. And when major of the city say, it's apparently we lose some potential. It may be too late, because there is competition between the region, and other region propose no, stay with us because it's economic potential. It's clear. So it's cluster who form this voice of community, and he proposed concrete solution. Okay, industrial park is good mechanism, but it will not work in Kharkiv like in other regions just because of safety reasons. So let's make it underground, and it's brave solution, but it was an obstacle how to convince the mayor of city because it will not work without this support. So thanks everyone. Let's applause to
Alexander, perhaps the transition should be renamed then, and we should call it a TRESUB transition. Yes. Yeah, TRESUB.
No, we have not first time this discussion with Ivan, so up to me it's quite compliant to Industry 5.0 because Industry 5.0 is based on these three cornerstones. So resilient value chain, what Ivan said, twin transition and sustainability. So it's already include this approach. So it's not about renaming, but
I don't want to interrupt you. I finished. I would like to add something.
I finished, please.
Are we going around? Or
no, it's okay. But maybe you can continue without with rethinking about sustainability because Andriy Gnap will join us a bit later on. But in fact, there is no consensus in the Ukraine Cluster Alliance about what is notion of sustainability, how it's changed during the war. Because we have strong imperative just to survive, just to collaborate with armed forces. We already have destroyed city, villages, and so on. And when we hear this European voice, you are not enough green. There is sometimes.
Yes, I try to make the way out of it to the point I wanted to make. So, yes, sustainability is decentralization, basically, right now, because it makes the system more stable and resilient. What kind of system or what kind of grid can you make decentralized? It's mostly the energy system, probably some kind of the other infrastructure. Let's see. But that's the point where I would say they're coming two aspects together, the notion from the European Union, you have to be green, and the Ukrainian side, which says, well, it helps us to be sustainable in that way because it is decentralized. But I think I have a problem by formulating it because I'm a foreigner and I'm not in the position to say what you have to do. So I'm really, I want to be very, very careful what I'm saying now because I don't want to offend anybody. But what I think, what the Cluster Alliance or the society of clusters should do is to think about the role of the cluster in the transformation after the war. Because this will be a social transformation first of all. And the strength and the power and the knowledge and the expertise of bringing people together from different points of view, from different stakeholder aspects, that's the strength of a cluster. And I think this is very important to start thinking about how can we use the idea of a cluster to keep the society together for the time after the war.
Let me add about green economy with examples of several roles of the cluster. We visited one factory. It was located in the center, I don't remember of Poltava. And I saw that they burned the trash of the furniture manufacturing, cuts of chipboard, of MDF, just in average heating system. And as a result, we have all those formaldehydes in the air, in the center of the city. And I asked the owner, shame of you, how it's possible. He answered me that what should he do with this trash, as it's very expensive to do something with that. After some time, I met another member of the cluster, and I said him about this problem. And he answered me that creating heating system is the subject of all his scientific life. And he created heating system with a temperature of burning 1,400 degree that allows you to burn trash, even chipboard and MDF. Then we invited furniture manufacturer to visit his factory of producing this heating system. Then one of the factory, he put the equipment to produce pellets of furniture trash, and he used this pellet in that heating system to warm up all his factory. So for the moment he needs electricity only for this pellet system and for his equipment. And today we share this practice as a success story for others. So communication, innovation, green technology.
So before finishing our discussion, maybe let's introduce yourself briefly. We have here several clusters that just in order everybody knows who is here in our audience. Just maybe a few words, which cluster you represent, and then quickly. Yeah, please, Tatiana, you will be. Start with you. Yeah, just want to ask a few words. Who are you? And just we are not so many people, so just.
Hello for everybody. I am president of Rivne Interregional Medical Cluster and the head of Resources Center of Medical Clusters, all medical clusters of Ukraine. Is a member of our Resources Center Kyiv Medical Clusters. We have Lviv, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Vinnytsia, and today we joined new member of Ukraine Cluster Alliance, Kyiv Medical Law Cluster. We have your conference is very important for us because it's Radmila. It's very professional for medical law. For just a few words about our clusters. We are. A brief? Okay.
Few seconds introduction.
I'm not cluster.
You are head of cluster committee.
Hi everybody, I'm representing Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, head of committee of innovation and smart specialization. We work only half of year, but I think it's a good job in support for Ukrainian Cluster Alliance in strategy and development, yes.
Okay. Hello everyone. I represent Vinnytsia Automation and Instrument Making Cluster. My name is Nadia Karpluk.
Yeah, thank you. So Yuri, we already heard you. Sorry. And by the way, Yuri also represents АППАУ. You maybe did not mention. Who is still here from cluster? Богдан, Прикарпатський екоенергетичний. Yeah? Okay, it's our cluster from Prikarpatia, from Ivano-Frankivsk, Eco Energy Clusters. Bogdan is CEO of device making enterprise. Yeah, it's controllers and other equipment for energy, for manufacturing, and so on. Yeah, thank you. And member of АППАУ as well. Yeah.
My name is Larisa Starikova. We have a cluster Fair Food Ukraine. This is a digital umbrella for following standards, including green standards. And right now, this is umbrella for food producers from farm to fork. Thank you.
So, Dmitro, it's very important cluster regarding sustainability. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm introduced cluster of circular economy, and we are only beginning our cluster, our registration, and we are with Andrei Hnap enjoying right now. Yeah. Yes, from VSU, please. No,
Andrei, please come in here. Please, Andrei, because we have several guys mobilized to Army Forces of Ukraine, and one of them just joined it now today. Yeah. 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 Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Who else? Here also guys from Ukrainian industrial clusters. So all together we have how many? About 10, 15 clusters here, right? Yeah. Mikhail, you want to say something about your institution? Not now? Maybe not. Okay. You're not cluster, but you support us. Thank you.
Oh, you guys support us with this kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So, Oksana, yeah, please. You are very respectful partner. Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Oksana Юрчак. I'm presented Kyiv Polytechnic Institute, and now we, with our partner, building Digital Innovation Hub.
Yeah. So Oksana will be our host tomorrow, because with our ambassador, foreign guest, we'll have a visit to Unit City. It's #1 innovation park in Kyiv and maybe in Ukraine. And after that, we go to Oksana, for this their event, European Digital Innovation Hub. So it will be like final event in their project, but we will talk about cooperation in Digital Innovation Hub. Yeah, I think it's good. So thanks so much for our speaker, for our expert. Your applause, please. I think it was really very good, insightful discussion about role of clusters, and after the lunch we will have this similar discussion about mechanism, long-term support, maybe not so short-term, but long-term support, which we need in cluster community. And so, good appetite, and see you after. So we come back to 2 o'clock. Just. No, okay, an hour.
Break 1 hour, come back.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We are on schedule.
Oh, yeah, 3 o'clock. Yeah, right.
Okay.
Please, 1 minute, your attention.
1 minute, please. She would like to give an announcement. Silence, please. Vita.
1 second. Виведіть, будь ласка, слайд. Зараз. Ні, це... все, зараз. Видать. I am a bit nervous. Many of you know project management of Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, Andriy Selnichenkov. Now Andriy is in the Army Forces of Ukraine. And his unit needs a car and car repair. We want to announce fundraising company for a car or car repair, depending on how much money we can quickly raise. On our slide, you can use this QR code for donation on car or car repair for our project manager. Please. That's all. I sent this QR code, and we have monobank, a jar of monobank, convert, я не знаю, як буде англійською, of Privatbank, and we have PayPal for all our ambassadors and Ukrainian guests. I am very вдячна.
Yeah, we would be thankful to everybody who contribute to this. Yeah. Так, раз. Колеги, давайте прохання займати місця. Ми продовжуємо. Так, колеги, ми продовжуємо прохання займати місця в залі. Так, Таня, будь ласка, де? Да. Що? А хоч по центру, будь ласка? Да. Жінка по центру, це правильно. Да. Так, ну, надіємося, зараз підходять всі. Леся, help us to get together all people. And we continue. Our second discussion will be about supporting mechanism of cluster collaboration. Yeah, and I present you, colleagues, please attention. So with us, Loïc Marin, who is international relationship manager from France, SIM cluster. Marius Gheru, he's CEO of ITC clusters and cluster community from Galati, Romania. So Tatiana Vronsova with me, she's, you already heard, she's head of our resource center medical cluster, and she's also CEO of Rivne interregional medical cluster. And I have a pleasure to present my colleagues, Mikhailo Krikunov, who will moderate this discussion. And I give you all the right to moderate.
So we have quite limited time for energetic discussion, but at the same time we have a very interesting subject related not only with collaboration itself, but with a special kind of collaboration between different national clusters and cluster alliances. So in this way we are entering a field of meta-clusters collaboration. Why it is very important for us? Because Ukraine right now, which is experiencing a huge, inexperienced before wave of cluster, I would say, enthusiasm. Yeah, desperately need support on a higher level to multiply the effects of cluster activities. And in this way, any kind of experience already collected in Europe and outside Europe, which could help us to multiply, to enlarge, and possibly to elevate the cluster activity on a higher level is of a huge interest for us. So I do believe that the good start for our discussion will be, what do you mean under collaboration if we talk about different national cluster systems, cluster alliances, and so on and so forth? Probably you is the best prospect to start this activity. Yeah.
My opinion is about the great role of European Cluster Alliance because it's collaborate all innovation and all best practice of all of the Europe. And we are proud that Ukraine Cluster Alliance is a part of European Cluster Alliance and have a great opportunity to collaborate with European clusters, as such as example of even interregional medical clusters. We are part of consortium of Precise EU. It's 12 European countries and Ukraine and regional representative to developing of innovation value of medicine. We start this project, and for next 5 years we trying to collect all innovation in medicine, in data health, in precision medicine, and to bring to Ukraine. It's very important for us. It is possible. It was possible in the cluster conference that was in Prague 3 years ago, and it is a great fast role of supporting the European Union Ukrainian clusters. So we can join this conference and meet very huge clusters and collaborate with them. Next. Okay, it's European-Ukrainian Partnership Program. We just sent the proposal and looking for results in October maybe. And Euro cluster talks. We are joined, and it is new innovation about the different areas. I'm a member of EU for Business Support Organization program that provides the European Union to different business support organizations in Brussels, and we can collaborate not only with European countries and countries of Eastern Partnership. It's very useful for us. It's some example.
Thank you, but I have some feeling that it sounds a little bit academic, a little bit pure and released from, this rough fabric of true business. So when we are talking just about collaboration, cooperation, or these words which are purified from a real sense of how hard, how sometimes filled with blood and sweat it is, so we are losing the essence of problems. So my next question is from a business side. Show me money. Where the money are, or you can find to feed up this purified words and to transfer it into something filled with life. Please.
Loic, do you want to take this one? Because I don't have the money with me. So.
Show us where it is.
Well, we in our activity at Open Hub, we had a couple of projects, with European funding. So we had a national program where we promoted our members, the company that are in the cluster, and the local university and the municipality benefited from this money as well. And most of the money, so it was like $1.5 million. Most of the money got into training for the employees of the companies. They got the possibility to go to different trade fairs around Europe. They work together and research promoted the products that they develop in a period of time. And also we bought the space on the association, on the cluster, where startups can develop their own products and work there for a limited period of time. So we put in some kind of a framework. They only can stay there for 1 year and take the benefit. On the other hand, we had this project FriendCCI, where we re-granted to local companies up to 50,000 euros where they developed creative and technology-related products and services. With the clusters, we put in, I mean, for Open Hub, we put in way much effort than we supposed to. We didn't left with any money at the end of the project, but I'm happy that the community developed. We kind of get a sense of maturity. There is no that bad competition where I want this client or I want this project. Is companies in cluster, they understand if they work together, they can get a bigger piece of the pie. So we are in the southeast region of Romania. So there is a story presented on TV maybe about Ukraine. When I was planning to come here, I was afraid that there's gonna be bombing and I'm gonna see buildings destroyed. So this was the imagine in my head, right? What I want to say, in Romania, the picture is pretty similar as we are seeing here. There is no threat and alarms in the middle of the night, but we are a developing country. We just joined the European Union. We are still developing our infrastructures. Of course, we have access to a broader market, but if you ask me, not the whole Romania knows how to access this market. The southeast region is one of the least developed region in Romania, so we are still working in this. Do you want to add something? Oh, yeah.
Please continue.
So, well, to come back to the question of where is the money, you're talking to someone from where the country has 3 trillion euros of debt, so it is not in the bank account of France that we have money anymore. But so, as I said also yesterday during my intervention, actually in France we don't have the same level of cooperation than with that Romania, Poland, Czech Republic has with Ukraine. We don't have, in my mind, this type of national program for Ukraine. We help Ukraine with military support, things like this, but we don't have at national, regional level this kind of program where we will keep an envelope of money to help train, allow Ukrainian companies or people to do some actions and activities. We don't have that. So actually what I can do, it's where is the money? It's at European level. That's with what we have done with Alexander to establish interclustering collaboration. This collaboration is working very well. We have a project giving a good amount of money, I guess, for the organization, for the Ukrainian partners. So for us, at our level, the best way we can help and collaborate with Ukraine is to do this at European level, developing projects, submitting proposal, which is not easy, and which is even not easier is like winning the proposals. But once it is done, it's working. And I really loved what Alexander you said, I think yesterday as well, saying that with this European money, actually the things are changing in Ukraine, because you can invest, you can buy new things, and you can implement new technologies. And so it will be my advice and also my request here that we are quite open to continue collaborating, of course, with АППАУ, but with the other Ukrainian partners.
Thank you. But I have a feeling that from your answers that at least a larger part of money given by Euro-Union to any kind of cluster or some cluster initiatives or collaborations are aimed at or targeted at supporting training activities, consultancy, and so on and so forth. So the next question is how to sustain the industrial activity, how to scale it up, especially in Ukraine, where training is not enough. Because you can see from the temperature in this room that if even here the problem of energy supply is something very difficult. So what to tell you about what our regions, our industrial clusters are experiencing. So how to sustain, what kind of support could be, and is it really an option get from Europe? Alexander.
Yeah, in fact, this is a good question, a deep question about collaboration. Yeah, thanks, Mikhailo. I would say that there are several levels. So we come from the initial pain point in internationalization of our SME, not cluster SME. It's about weak capacity in integration, because if we say that there are two ways of internationalization, as export, direct export of product and goods, as this is integration in supply value chain, European supply value chain. In both cases, we need a much higher level of capacity and readiness of our SME. Because today, in many cases, slow, especially take, I don't know, any industry, many of our SME Ukrainians, they simply do not understand what does it mean integration into value supply chain. But because typically export and direct competition, what they understand. Okay, we compete with price, for example, yeah? But what does it mean integration? Because integration much more tricky things, and it needs much more level of collaboration between your supplier, your partner in Europe, yeah? And for this, European Union, European Commission created a set of different kind of program, and where cluster appears. Yeah, why? Just because what cluster do in internationalization? We do, for example, many networking, matchmaking. We already mentioned it with Oksana, with other guys before the lunch. But this program to match our participant, for example, SME from АППАУ with SME from SIM cluster. Yeah, France. This is our role with Loic to match this SME between them, but this is networking, matchmaking. It also needs some support, some mechanisms, some tools. That's why we typically use the program and project with European Commission create for us. Yeah. So up to me, the true question is about, let's say, quality or nature of this program, if it's enough or what they should be like, and so on. But the truth that last 2 years we started to use more and more this program, which is very different. What Tatiana mentioned is Horizon. It's everybody knows Horizon, yeah. But truly speaking, very few clusters use or RSME use this mechanism, you know. Or Digital Europe, or other SME Cosman, so we mentioned yesterday, Interact Europe, Interact Next, blah, blah, blah. So there are so many programs, but typically our SME clusters, they use just little amount of this program. So first question up to me is how to increase the level of using of these supporting tools, because we need them, it's clearly. For example, in project Loic, let's say, engaged us, yeah. There are 10 countries, I don't remember, 11?
7 countries, but 14 partners.
Yeah, and they create some, not just training, they create, for example, study tour. And last month, no, in June, our company from Ukraine visited several plants in Spain, yeah, somewhere in Spain. And this is a real exchange when they visit production, like Lintour, Oksana mentioned it. They really learn a lot of things. They make contact with colleagues by industry, and finally they can lead to the business, to real business, to integration to supply chain. And of course, there is third level or third area. It's about investment. Yeah, project to we will come to. I think.
If can I add something on the supply chain subject? So, the way I see it, it's very important to have this in mind when the funds from the European Union or those projects that you are expecting will get here. So Romania had this opportunity, and it's still there, but not as it was in 2007 when we first joined the European Union. Maybe I wasn't that mature to understand, but the challenge was that the other end of the European Union for us, there was Hungary, Orban. On the other hand, Poland, they had Germany. So connecting to the supply chain might be easier for Poland if you ask me. Now, Ukraine has the possibility on two levels. On one side, you have Romania, you have Hungary, you have Poland as well. So it's very important how you decide to connect with these markets. So you might be very focused on France or Germany. These are very matured economies. But look at Romania and look at Poland. In the last 10 years, the wages are from, for example, in Romania from 250 euros, like 10 years ago, the minimum wage now is 1,000 something. So people are willing to spend more because they have more. If I'm asking the same question in France, the increase is not 4 times like we've seen in Rome. So this is a new market that you need to address. You can go to trade shows or fairs, right, and have a hub there, or you can develop products or frameworks or infrastructure in the supply chain, right, to develop products together with these 2 markets or 3 markets that you have. And I believe that's where the real value is. If you're integrated in this supply chain mechanism, there is value for Ukraine and of course for Romania, Poland and other countries as well. And what I have in mind, because since yesterday I'm thinking a lot how we can work together, right? And maybe the first thing is find some support that I can give to the Ukrainian IT companies. But what I can offer them, because there is nothing much, maybe a label from our clusters that we support, that we audit the services that they provide for the Romanian markets for them to be easily available there. Or maybe launch a program for the furniture industries or fashion, as we've listened earlier, where startups or entrepreneurs from Romania can produce in Ukraine under their own brand or in a collaboration brand, taking advantage of the media that it's, the spotlight that it's on Ukraine right now.
Oh, okay, that's again about options, opportunities, which are more or less laying on the surface. But my next question is, what are the obstacles for the realization of these bright ideas and options? What prevents us from going to success? Maybe someone of us could answer this question. What is the French look, no?
But at cluster level or at companies, very...
Both.
Both. I don't see that many obstacles for the cluster collaboration. Actually, even if the clusters in every country in Europe is different shape, different missions, ambitions, etc., we speak the same language. So actually, the collaboration between our organization are very easy to create. So I don't see that many obstacles for that. For the companies, it is quite more difficult. I can see that in France because since we started the collaboration with АППАУ, so we signed a partnership agreement, and in this partnership agreement there is several points of collaboration. One is of course interclustering collaboration, what we do easily and successfully. Another point of this agreement is to connect the ecosystems of both organizations to create, encourage the collaboration between companies, organizations, blah, blah. But this point is very hard to implement, I have to admit. I try every time when I discuss with my ecosystem that we do something with Ukraine, we have this partnership with APPAUU, that they have a very good and interesting ecosystem they can collaborate with. I can see lots of difficulties to make this understand to the companies. Firstly, because we don't have the same connection that Ukraine has with Eastern Europe, very basically, but actually no shade, but before the war, I think that Ukraine was not in the mind of majority of French people, really. So there is also this story to create between France and Ukraine, which is not easy. It takes time, and also we have to create trust by the simple fact that if we say to a company to invest in Ukraine, to collaborate with the company in Ukraine, the first questions of French companies are, yes, but for how long? Because if I start investing in Ukraine, who is going to say that in 2 months my investment won't be lost or will be taken by Russia, things like this, you know. I'm very not exaggerating, because that's the kind of reactions that we have sometimes, and we have to create trust also. And also, I think the fact that I'm here, I can come back to France saying, okay, actually you can really invest in Ukraine because the risk is not low, the risk is here, but this country is dynamic, the ecosystem is dynamic, they want to collaborate, they want to integrate the value chain, as Alexander said. So the first difficulty that I meet is to create this trust and to make them understand that Ukraine is not risky, but it will take time, I have to admit.
Okay, thank you. But what is Ukrainian perspective on the same subject, on the obstacles? Tatiana, please share.
Maybe you can show
about medical. Включіть, будь ласка, там де один слайд. We have some.
So before discussing or go further with, let's say, missing instrument mechanism, let's consider tools we already use. Because we have our program of internalization already 2 years. And of course, we already use a lot of tools proposed by European Cluster Collaboration Platform.
It's several tools to collaboration with Ukrainian and European clusters. It's European Cluster Collaboration Platform. It's all collections that, and all SMEs or all clusters can choose what they need. It's a European Cluster Conference each 2 years that we can meet new clusters and new proposals. Cluster meet regions each 3 months in different part of Europe. We present new projects and have new partners to new projects. EU Cluster Talks I'll just met. EU for Business Support Organization Open Door Mobility. It was a program in EU for Business Support Organization, and I'm as a member of board of Ukraine Cluster Alliance representative the Ukraine and with different other business support organization, and we collaborate not only from Ukraine but with countries of Eastern Partnership. ECCP matchmaking, Ukrainian Cluster Partnership Program that I meant, Enterprise European Network. We have just have a call to new consortium of UN, and it is a great opportunity to collaborate for SMEs. And next steps is point. It's not much using by us. It's area to to more useful. C2 Lab, Cluster Booster Academy, they start to new year of the studying. Cluster exchange program is very useful for us. Many of our clusters collaborate and give this money to visit to another cluster, but this program closed in the June 2024, and it is not good news. And Ukraine Facility Plan, it's our future. We want to collaborate in Ukraine and with European partners, clusters, to bring this new project to our reconstruction of Ukraine. And if I say some words about medicine, about health, can I? Yes? Michael, thank you. Because I prepare some slides about our resources center of medical clusters. We collaborate in all parts in Ukraine, and we have three main big programs that we propose to collaboration in Europe. Next, please. Rehabilitation. It's a big program for all our people, because not only soldiers or these people who suffer from injury need this rehabilitation. All people in Ukraine need rehabilitation, physician or psychological rehabilitation. It started for 3D printing of prostheses. Versi Bionics, it's a new prosthesis for hand for our injured people. It's a program for teaching, reskilling, of upskilling the medical services, and many you see many programs. I don't want to have some more time. Next topic is smart hospital. It is very important for our hospital to connect together or in such area to have automotive energy systems, to bring new inclusive for our buildings, because we need for our injuring people. It's a green digital transition and many others tools that bring our hospitals, our area of medicine in a new level. And innovation medical training, it's a next program, big program that proposal for our foreign partners is a ASCAP and health innovation cluster that created virtual hospital to train in our medics from the studies from the universities to the digital tools. And preparation prepare is Kyiv ProMed cluster. They have some software for digital prepare of operation and skills trainings, course asset, simulation training. We need these programs to bring new innovation for a new level in our medicine. Thank you. You can.
But you again showed us a set of opportunities prepared by you for prospect partners, for prospect collaboration. I'd like to return to my question still. What is I'm insisting. What is your perspective? What is your view on obstacles for the success of these wonderful ideas?
One of the idea is prepare the program of national program of European countries, like in Netherlands. They have the program of government, RVO, that provide the money to program, to project for Netherlands companies that have the partners in Ukraine. And this project will developed by European countries European SMEs together with Ukraine in Ukraine. And it is a good opportunity to give money for Ukraine, not is such a cash.
Maybe I can answer. So in fact, there are, I consider maybe, because I give it to Mikhailo. This is what we prepared already. We distribute here, and there is, let's say, tens of projects we prepare in Ukrainian Cluster Alliance. There is short description of this project and so on. So this is what Tatiana showed. It's just one of line, but it's more detailed. Yeah, can you come back to this slide? Yeah, can you show again? Поверніть назад. So, in fact, there are two obstacles. First one is about nobody thinks in our, let's say, government at the level of program management, because here it is I don't know, million. It's maybe such a program. The cost is, I don't know, 100, 200 million euro. Yeah, and it's 3-5 years. And if you ask our government, who today maybe they have direct election, do you have such plan mid-term? Nobody have. We don't know what government thinks the level of mid or long term. Second thing, unfortunately for today, Ukrainian Cluster Alliance or medical clusters, they're not sitting at the table with government or with donors. Typically we have such, I don't know, I will not name, we know everybody who are donors in Ukraine. They operate a multi-million budget. But they decide themselves with government something we don't know about what they decide. So we are not sitting at the same table with government and international donors. That's why, in result, we have a very fragmented picture. This million go left, right, every sides, but they are not holistic, they are not consistent, they are not packaged into really mid-long-term program. So it's on the Ukrainian side, but it's almost the same on the European side, unfortunately. We don't know what European Commission planned, for example, for our cluster collaboration with neighbors or with, I don't know, integration of Ukraine into European Union. There is no such long-term program with support cluster collaboration in any, I don't know, in given industry or in some sectors and so on. There are a number of tools. Tatiana showed 12 tools. You can use it, you cannot use it, but in fact, it's not really, consistent, holistic, integrated approach. It's very, very fragmented. So I would say that fragmentation is our, let's say, enemy number one in many of such projects. This is an obstacle.
Yeah, please.
One obstacle we talk about to take money from EU. We don't have possibility. We don't have people who prepare good projects for European, because it's
project writers,
project managers, because European people told us we have money, give us projects. We don't have. We don't have enough.
Interesting. Let me just share with you with some memory of mine. Yeah, in the Soviet time, it was a very popular among architects, a kind of international competition, so-called concept competitions. It's sort of paper projects. So something which existed only on a paper. And people won, say, prizes, they raised their profiles and so on, and this was the end of the story. Next year was another one competition, and nothing was raised. Yeah. So my question again: if the communication is an obstacle, is a bottleneck in this story, and we know probably that's your point of view, our point of view, that we are looking or waiting for some changes above us from the top, at the top, to allow us to make our work here at the bottom. So it means that top-down economic development doesn't work. because of bureaucracy, because of something. Why not to try bottom-up contacts? Bottom-up. What do you think? What do you think? Please, that's a question to you.
I totally agree with that. We can do bottom-up as well, but we need to look at the market. What market is available and what we can offer on that market. So the problem in Romania, there wasn't funding. Romania is always lagging. So if France, they had the funding in this new European exercise, Romania is still waiting for that money. So there is always lagging, and when we are doing the projects, when we are planning based on the European projects, the market is shifting from us. The ground is shifting away. So I'm totally on the same page that we should have a bottom-up approach, look on the value chain, work on the value chain, because there is now not that a bigger market in Romania all by itself or Ukraine all by itself. And if we understand how we can work together, we can access like 100 million markets, which is something.
Okay, please.
In my opinion, not all companies need the money. For example, for my company, I know I don't need a fish. Give me spinning, and I bring for themselves everything. In your opinion, what do you think about cooperation work with Ukrainian company, like Ukrainian association? In your country, a lot of association. You speak with your government. A lot of projects help Ukraine work like in your country, manufacture something and bring to Ukraine. Maybe our association can work like you order inside of Ukraine manufacture, because it's a job place, it's Ukrainian economical, and in Alliance you saw company, you can check, you can make the project, told, okay, let's do, because your government spent money to Ukraine. But as we saw years ago, Poland company asking one project, repair 3 bridge and need to manufacture steel structure. We all 5 companies told, okay, we're ready, we calculate. After that, they manufacture inside of Poland, move here and told, okay, who wish just install. And for example, in my market, for me better, or you help us, bring us by hand and go to European market, or please, if you wish help to our country, order these products inside of Ukraine and to be manufactured for inside our country.
So
is it possible?
It is possible, and I am an ambassador, right? I'm willing to offer the support for that. The thing is, if I'm trying to bring some products or services from Romania to Ukraine, the chances are very low. Since I've been here for 2 days, I've learned that Ukrainian companies and Ukrainian cluster are way much productive than Romanian clusters and companies. People here looks to be more motivated. In Romania, I don't know how is it in France, I don't want to speak about any other country. In Romania, people are getting lazy and lazy. So when I first started my company 18 years ago, so everybody was staying after hours. Everybody was putting in the extra effort to. Now when it's 5 o'clock, nobody is in the office. So I mean, the mentality is shifting. And there is one more thing. Maybe myself, but my colleagues as well, everybody's looking west. They want the Western brands, they want the Western cars, they want the Western everything. So the approach, I believe, might be creativity. There is a special thing that we have in this part of the world. We are, I believe, very creative guy. So we can combat the marketing strategies of the West, sorry, with our own creativity. So what I'm seeing, as I said it earlier, do something here in Ukraine with the twist on the Romanian market. The Romanian market is growing now. There are lots of fashion brands and beauty brands in France. You don't have a chance on that market. And their wages are not increasing as fast as the Romanian wages are increasing, and there is market created there, you know. So you can come, of course it will be hard, but that's a strategy that I'm thinking on. I mean, I don't have the full package. We can work together on this, right?
As I see, not all Romanians are lazy. I do believe. Okay, we have. Oh yes, and we have the strongest possible motivator here. We simply like to live, you know. That's all. Returning to your example. Does it mean, your example, that any proposal, any option which our clusters or Cluster Alliance is designing and offering outside of Ukraine has to have a master of projects, has to have an owner, project owner?
It's not main questions manufactured in European country and give to us. A lot of company and a lot of guys sit here. They have good quality manufacture, and we better know what we need inside, because France or Romania or European country check to this situation like in European market and European life. In Ukraine we have other side, and maybe at this case, we can better realize this project. And maybe project manager also must be not from European side, but in Ukrainian, and explain that, guy, okay, idea good, but in our local market, in our situation, better now, like this.
Thank you. I meant exactly the same. So project owner here, where we are offering this project.
What is his first name? Sorry. Masha, yeah. So Masha, look, I think here there are experienced cluster manager and business station manager like Oksana, me. Yeah, we try to do this job already 2 years, even more. Yeah, convince it, and it was our main message at the beginning of the war. We say to European colleagues, we are not beggar. We not need your money. Just put order here. We can produce something. It doesn't work. Sorry to say, it doesn't work. The business world is different. And we mention it today, I don't know, 20 times the words trust. If there is no trust, if nobody knows you, your company, there will be no order. When Oksana made, and her association made great efforts, and she mentioned 700,000 euro spent to exhibition. It's not just about direct export. It's exactly about establishing trust with a foreign distributor, agent, who else, wholesaler, and so on. It's about trust. Why we need all these European instrument and so on? Just because without this connection, without this project, there is no trust. So everything starts with establishing connection, establishing trust, confidence, and so on. And just making this advertising or promotion or appealing to the, I don't know what, that we have the war and so we need the order, it doesn't work. It's a reality.
You know, I just like to support what Alexander finished with, because it reminds me when, excuse me, Soviet Union collapsed, and a lot of red directors, so-called, run through all around the country, and some of them outside the country, and asked all the contractors to look at their facilities, because they can produce everything possible. And that was the all. Nobody answered to them. Nobody. Because if we are talking about the trust, let me close this magic ring, magic circle. If something is finished with trust, or has to be finished with trust, it could be started only from trust itself. Because in our case, our experience, our research showed us that in cluster activity in Ukraine, the trust, especially with international partners, can be gained only through the smallest possible but real project. It's not the matter of words. So interesting, but it's a little bit different trust, because you are told about. Yeah, excuse me, you are talking not. Yeah, yes, understand. Yeah, but you are talking about trustees, but not about trust. Excuse me, but it's different things.
No, but if
they are trustees.
I completely agree with you. But we have done that recently with a Polish company. Actually, one of our company in France was looking actually for a partner to manufacture small metal pieces, but they wanted to do it with a low price because it was simple pieces, and in France was too high, too expensive to do that. And so they came to us saying, okay, we know that you have a strong European network. Do you have someone in Eastern Europe that you can recommend us to find potential partners? So at this moment we were discussing with this Polish cluster that we know very well, that we collaborate on many projects. And so I called him and said, okay, do you have one company in your ecosystem that can manufacturing small pieces like this? And actually we found the guy. So I think that's can be done with Ukraine as well, this kind of relations for this kind of needs. Actually, in our ecosystem, all the companies have needs of such kind, like manufacturing piece or producing specific parts of whatever machines we want. And actually, as clusters, as you said, we know each other, we have met, and we have also this link of trust between the ecosystem, saying, I put you in contact, in touch with these people, trust me, they are good, relevant, and interesting for you. So we are also here not only to collaborate and trust each other, but also to connect the ecosystem, and we are the creator of this trust.
Excellent. So it's another sort of recommendation we discussing right now. Not only communication, but intermediation, representing the sides. So what are possibly other obstacles and other solutions it is worth to discuss right now? Alexander.
Yeah, I mentioned about this lack of long-term vision and strategic approach, about bad dialogue or absence or lacking dialogue, or maybe not effective dialogue between stakeholders like government, business association, clusters, donors. Well, maybe lacking some mechanism of at level of clusters. But maybe before I'm talking about obstacle, I don't know, Luiki, you have some slide to show us about what your vision of mechanism we can use?
I can show the slides. I've already mentioned many things that are in my slide. I can repeat them, or I can present the project. Or actually, my last slide was a bit like yours, with the different type of programs or initiatives.
Please, поставте там слайд, той, що ми говорили там, сім, да, логіка, да. Just quickly, where is this clicker?
So it was a short presentation of SIM, but I won't spend time. You sorry? Yeah. So I will just go. So it was a short detail of the collaboration with АППАУ. So in 2 years we've done, I think, already a lot in terms of interclustering collaboration, and we are successful. We have this project Idealist that is going on, and we are very proud to collaborate with АППАУ in this first project. Actually, this first project is also a way for us to show at regional and national level that collaborating with Ukrainian partners is something that can be done, something successful, and something necessary. And actually, this project helped us to be awarded last year by the French Ministry of Economy. And via also this project, the French minister himself support the last proposal that we have submitted with Alexander in June. So all these initiatives, all these collaboration actions is also communication, because we cannot only do things, but we have also to communicate about the things that we do with Ukraine, and also communicating about these actions is a way to say, if I do it, if my cluster does that, you can also do it at your level. And also I have discussed with the Ukrainian ambassador in France, and he told me there's no small gesture to collaborate with Ukraine. It can be 1 hour of your time to call with, to do a video call with a Ukrainian organization, just to discuss together what you do, good practices exchange. It can be a project, it can be fundraising, it can be anything actually. So collaborating with Ukraine can be done at all levels. So it's also my message that I'm doing in France. If you don't want to collaborate with Ukraine in a super high level, just spend 1 hour of your time to discuss with the clusters in Ukraine, which is in your sector, things like this. So that's something that I will say in September to a big conference in France. I will repeat this message. So Idealist, I will be very, very quick. So that's a big project for the resilience of SMEs, mainly manufacturing SMEs. So actually we have good example from Ukraine to take in this project, and in order to adapt the SMEs on the west part of Europe. So yes, so the consortium, you can see all the partners, so from Spain to Ukraine. And so we have 4 pillars: strategic foresight, technological uptake, supply chain resilience, and we have also, as you said, Alexander, a bunch of action to collaborate and network. So I will go very fast to that. So we have learning expedition, hack and match events. We have built a matchmaking platform where the SMEs can create an account and share their needs and share what they do, and try to find the business collaborations. So do not hesitate to explore all of these. The next learning expedition, which is open to SMEs, will happen in Italy in October, November, somewhere in the fall. So it is open to all SMEs. SMEs are paid to go to this learning expedition, so it is a great way for Ukrainian companies to come to these events. So if you want information, you have me today, but you have also the website, the LinkedIn, the email. You can contact us.
Just comment this.
Yeah.
Yeah. One, maybe you can come back to this action. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here. So one of the obstacles that even we propose SME, because we just told about confidence, trust, and this is important to establish before going to some deals. But even we propose it like cluster coordinator. Let's go for, I don't know, some matchmaking event, study tour to France or to Italy or to Spain, because project pay you. You think they agree immediately? No. No. We should put a lot of efforts to convince our SME for our money, for project money, go somewhere to Spain and France. Typically they refuse. And this is like life and the reality of Ukraine. Why? There are many different reasons. This is problem of going abroad. This is maybe not understanding why they should communicate and match. And this is one of the answers to Masha, the question of Masha, that we want immediate deals, immediate result. Do not understanding that it typically takes time to establish all this connection, all this trust, and it's culture of collaboration. I would say that many of our SMEs they lack this culture of collaboration, this understanding that this, especially in industrial, in high-tech sector, that it takes time to. It's like Ivan showed his example about creation to this new machine with 7 members of clusters, but typically they know each other already many months or many years. Why they should allow somebody to come into their value chain? No sense. Yeah, it's the same when we try to match different value chain in foreign country. It's very difficult. It's not so easy. So one of the role of cluster is to change this culture of collaboration. Yeah, and today it's let's say ball on our side, because many of our SMEs, they simply do not understand that. Well, it's not like that, yeah, and we should spend some time, some efforts to go abroad, to establish contact, to do this right matchmaking and so on. And it can be that it will not be a contract in few months.
Okay, I started from the question, show me the money, and you showed me, the whole empty with money, because it's not about any kind of profits, it's about expenses. Expenses. And the next question I've got after your presentation, do you have any kind of project office arranged to, say, infuse some energy, money into the projects you would like to, say, to help to start? Project office. So some especially maybe not. Probably electricity. Okay. The project office is a special unit, managerial unit, created with the aim to help a set of projects to be run successfully.
I'm not sure to understand. The project office, you mean something physical?
Office. It's not a physical. It's organizational side. Structural unit in your managerial.
Not just fundraising, but also some.
So let me explain this just in a few words. If Masha, who offered us, for example, some sort of project to communicate with some other possible partners, is and could be considered as the owner of a project on the side. Yeah. So you have to find another manager, project manager from your side, to run the project of joining Masha with some other partner you help her to find. you know. And a set of such managers is normally called project office, which is running a set or number of projects on and on. It's a very popular word right now in Ukraine, by the way. Okay, so you haven't. Okay, that's the answer. That's the answer. So, a sort of innovations we're trying to, we're using as something existing on the West. Normally, it's innovations. We are the country where everything which helps us to move fast is immediately accepted by business and very slowly accepted by government, you know.
Recording in progress.
So the question, if we have such a lot of obstacles, that's the question to all of you. On the way to efficient collaboration between cluster alliances, between cluster organizations, some separate clusters in different countries, obstacles like lack of communication, lack of channels for communication, lack of project management who will be responsible for supporting or leading some trust, lack sometimes even of will, and lack you told and proposed creativity as a solution, and yes, and I'd like to use a word game as we need a creativity, you know, in some way, because it's insufficient just to have an idea. We have to have fits and money to make this idea happen. So what could be done to support all of us from different sides of Ukrainian border to make this collaboration more efficient? What do you think? Who would like to propose any kind of ideas?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I am open, I myself, open to...
As ambassador.
As ambassador. Open to any proposal, any collaboration. I can facilitate access to an actual office, to Galatz, right? And also I have two colleagues at the cluster I'm working with. They are not the best managers. The best managers in our clusters are working on their own projects. So
they are managers.
But they are managers. So we need to find out the value proposition that will stimulate them to engage in the projects that are coming to Romania. I don't know. And on the other hand, with the enthusiasm that I've got from here, from Kiev and Lviv, I will go back home and tell people what I've seen here. As I've mentioned before, the media is presenting Ukraine in a way other perspective. And I don't want you to remain with the idea that the Romanian people are lazy. What I'm saying is that I never seen this kind of motivation, never in my life. I've seen a lot of great projects. I met a lot of interesting people. I've discussed about technologies that I couldn't imagine that people are working here in Ukraine. So I believe there is a great value here that, I mean, a lot of effort that people put in, and we need to find a way to push this into Europe.
Okay.
That's the main idea.
Yeah, thank you, Marius. It's really, we had 2 great days in Lviv, yesterday, before yesterday, a lot of meeting, also some roundtable, mini conference, so on. So, and we had some good discussion about practical step.
Proper words.
Yeah, what we should do to speed up, because well, in fact, we're already doing up to me right things. Yeah, with using all these tools, mechanisms, instrument, with this exchange, it's right thing. No question about
that we do something wrong. We do right. So the question is how to be more effective in terms of result, in terms of impact on our businesses. Yeah, as you say, where's the money? So we need to go to the project, real project, and for that, this is the purpose of this exchange. What can we do more efficiently, more effectively? And for example, yeah, we started to generate this idea. So, for example, yesterday with Polish colleagues, and we consolidated, let's say, Polish colleagues from arriving from Krakow with local embassy and people on our side. We said, okay, let's start maybe with exchange. With business mission like we did before, but this business mission should be really well prepared. So if they are Ukrainian side, our SME, they go to Krakow, for example, with a real project, well prepared, with, you know, like with feasibility study, with something really concrete stuff, not just like tourists, yeah, waiting something they don't know what, yeah, and the same from Polish side. And if we have this consolidated support also from on the government, on the fund from both sides, so far we match, we connect all necessary stuff, government support, business support organization, and money, yeah, and investors and donors. So this is the job we should do, and we started the same discussion with Marius about Galaxy in Odessa, because we have full support on the level of Odessa Authority and Odessa Regional Development side, and they're ready to go to Galaxy. So we just now question about the date, the organization of this exchange, and here we almost sure that it will work. Why? Just because we tried to do the same thing at the national level. It's much more complicated, like bilateral committee, you know, because it's difficult. There are too many stakeholders with different interests, so it's difficult to consolidate. I think we will go step by step the same way with France, with other country. So I think let's if I conclude with the main how to say the clue or receipt, it's to find a really effective mechanism which work and which really match to our real capacity, because sometimes we exaggerate capacity on our side, on a side of partner, and we imagine some project like illusion, which, well, it's not feasible. I think we should avoid such mistake in the future.
Okay, the only thing which I totally disagree, absolutely, is one of the last words told by Alexander. He recommended us to find a solution. It is very passive voice, you know. We need to elaborate. We need to create the solution. We shouldn't wait for somebody to give us this option. We need to create it. So active voice is our choice, probably. Okay, do we have time? In my mind, we almost finished. We should finish. So what yes, maybe you've got some additional questions, please. To Masha, I'd like to tell that all the time you was absent, we discussed only about you. Yep. Yeah, I'm not joking. Okay, please. Yeah, please.
Could we have all of you describe what a dream project would be, really quickly? Like if you all really, like something you want to do. Even if there's no funding for it. Like what's something you want to do?
Excellent. Excellent question.
Between our country and Ukraine?
You have the team right here. I'm Richard Branson and I have €1 billion. I just threw it at you. What do you, well, I will, okay. You're my friend now.
Yes, long time.
Long time. What would be a dream? You guys are doing so much, that's all.
Guys told that they bring order to steel structures, walls. I'm just pulling numbers. I don't know about you, but I'm in contact with France.
Yeah. Something you want to do. Yeah, something you want to do.
accelerate the membership of Ukraine in the EU, but no, it's maybe a big dream. It's a dream, but
Quite enough.
It could be cool to come.
Yep.
Quicker. If we stay realistic in the dreams, even if we dream, I think I'm very confident for the project that we have submitted recently. I would really love that this proposal will work. And if it works, I will really love to convince my director, but my director is so supportive with the Ukraine, with Ukraine and Ukrainian organization, so it should be easy. But I would like maybe to hire Ukrainian people in the company in order to facilitate this work. We will be paid by the project. And during these 2 years of project, to really take this time to develop the relation with Ukraine. I'm doing it at very low level with the time that I have, and yes, the time that we give me in the organization for that. But if we have this project, my dream will be to accelerate all the relations that we have with Ukraine. It could be a way also to detect orders from France and to come to Ukraine to give the orders. No, it could be so many ways to collaborate with Ukraine. So I hope that if this project works, I will do it like this.
Okay. Mariusz.
Well, I don't know what I can add after that, but I will give it a try. Where is your notebook? Show them your notebook, please.
Oh, those French. Come on.
Okay, I was joking with you. That was just the introduction. I already have the idea. No, what I'm seeing here in Ukraine, it's a lot of tech intellectual capital. What I would like to see is digital products developed here for the whole world. I believe Europe has lost this train. We can see what are the US doing. China, they got their own game going on, but Europe is still lagging behind. Maybe with the integration of Ukraine in the European Union, all this good capital, human capital, will capitalize on the IT industry. So this is my vision.
Thank you very much. Excellent. What about you?
Maybe one thing I say about we need more foreign people in Ukraine now. They must to see for their eyes that we are strong and we developing and we have some experience that haven't this experience Europe, and we can bring this experience for Europe, for all Europe, to be more effectively, more digital, more resilient.
Yeah, my dream is rather about recovery. That it would be not just set of mechanical set of project or program and how many who and how many earn on this project, about money, about profit. My dream is the recovery should be, I wish it would be some really European dream or dream of civilized world, how to, because Ukraine bring not just maybe after our victory, it's not about new market, it's about maybe restoring European value. So and today's situation is like politicians, there is a lot of speculations, there is a lot of expectation how much we can earn on this project. So it's not about what we want. I think more people in Ukraine, we want that it would be really like big, like Marshall Plan in Germany. It was restitution. It completely transformed European economy. That's why Germany today is country economical power #1. So maybe Ukraine can be economical power or some, I don't know, driver of new European economy. This is my dream to
to restore or even to change, to transform European economy, because the scale of destroying, the scale of you know, this catastrophe we have on the east and south with our city, it can be new trigger, new leverage to relaunch completely European economy.
Take into account that we have no time, I'd like, first of all, to say a great gratitude to all participants of this wonderful panel, and because I don't like to dilute these wonderful words of and wonderful idea of Alexander with my own small ideas, I'd like to finish our panel with a very old proverb. The vision without action is a daydream, you know, but the action without vision is a nightmare. So, yeah, so we have a lot of nightmare. We need action with a great vision, and we have some vision. So let's work.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Michailo. Okay, thanks, guys. Maybe just a few words, colleagues, please. Tatiana. Yeah, we finished. We almost finished. Yeah. Yeah. Just to finish with, because maybe some messages, some information today was not discussed or was not told, and this is important just to remind you that this project organized with support of this program. So this is the core idea of this project, cluster integration, how to create, how to better use international support. And our program, Professionals for Ukraine, it was born at the beginning of the war. Today it includes 34 professionals through different countries worldwide, Europe and US. And I'd like to thanks to our ambassador. So 9 of them come to Ukraine. So somebody was Luigi was yesterday. Teresa Shamana will be. She will be tomorrow in discussion about ED collaboration. So firstly, I'd like to thank you, because we just discussed about some mechanisms, some tools, but in fact we have it. We have it because it's already mechanism of our collaboration. It works, yeah. Because we create a lot of different useful stuff. We showed yesterday in Lviv about this project. We mentioned it today, but there are some other projects which already launched with. And in every case, in every this project, there was contribution or even initiative coming from our ambassador. So this is also about money, because this is money coming to our capacity, to our, let's say, capability, ability to deal, to internationalize, and so on. So I will not talk again about all that. Just maybe highlighted that the first things which come, it's not about the money, but about the value, and of course we're very sensible to this value of solidarity, which really we see everywhere. In every action of our ambassador, we see this solidarity. Of course, we should be pragmatic, effective, what we said also yesterday, and we did already a lot of this very focusing action with different country, and this is so. And now what's the next? So the next, and what we try to discuss today, is about the concrete project. Yeah, which project we can launch together with our ambassador, using some right mechanism, right people, right clusters, all around all that. Yeah. So I think today really what we discussed is about this track to yesterday in Lviv and today in Kiev. Yeah, we touched a lot of stuff, and what we concluded that and we heard about that from our ambassadors, that it's like discovery of Ukraine, discovery of our cluster, discovery of opportunity, and this is already a good result of this conference and what we do together. So the next step, also with last discussions, there was said about, okay, let's do pragmatic
step next. Yeah, so I think it will be already some next discussion, cluster by clusters, area by area, country by country. But I think we are on the right track. So let's do it. Let's do it together. So thanks to everybody. Thanks for your time. Thanks to our ambassador for coming to Ukraine. It's really will be a long week, yeah, for you. So really appreciate. And now we have such part of networking, so we are all invited. Thanks.